Друзья, здравствуйте! Рады приветствовать вас на ключевой конференции по искусственному интеллекту AI Journey. Я Кирилл Токарев.
А я, Эльза Попова, с радостью приглашаем вас в студию подкаста AI for Planet, где вместе с нашими гостями отправимся в технологическое путешествие по профессиям в области устойчивого развития. И, конечно же, уделим много внимания главному герою – искусственному интеллекту.
Стремительная и неутомимая цифровизация, колоссальное развитие и рост доступности искусственного интеллекта. Они уже накладывают реальный отпечаток на нашу повседневную жизнь и существенно корректируют долгосрочные планы развития. Конечно же, это меняет мир профессий и навыков.
Результаты этих изменений уже налицо.
Of course, these is changing the world of professions and skills. The results of these changes are already in evidence. Imagine a picture when elderly relatives ask their grandchildren, "What do you do for work?" And the answer is, "I'm an ML developer," or "I create a model that helps to find a missing dog by nose print," or "I'm a data scientist. I developed an app to assess the health of a home." You and I are witness to important global changes, and that means new challenges and new opportunities, a complex but very interesting combination of technologies, innovations, environmental and climate and social changes that are shaping new competencies and professional roles. Today in the studio we'll discuss with experts how the landscape of the profession of the future will change, how AI is already helping experts, and what prospects and outlook AI has in the work of ecologists, climatologists, doctors, teachers, HR experts, security officers. And of course, we will discuss what will happen to our professions and jobs. So, shall we get started? Let's go. Let's get cracking.
Я думаю, вы заметили, но разговоров...
I think you've noticed the talk and debate about climate change, or as they also say, rapid climate change, global warming, are getting stronger and stronger and bigger year by year. For me, that's exactly the case. I mean, I can see that. There are reasons for that. Very uneven and challenging climate situation in Russia. There's snow in South Africa. The Sahara is flooding. Today, our guests and we are going to look at what is happening to our climate and our ecology and how AI and other technologies will help us to preserve our planet and perhaps even improve the lives of the inhabitants of some of its regions. So with us today, the senior researcher at the Institute of Monitoring of Climatic and Environmental Systems of the Siberian branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Associate Professor of Tomsk State University, Yelena Kharyukinkina. Leading researcher at the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology, the principal researcher, the head of the MIPT lab, Alexander Osachev, and research intern at the National Research University High School of Economics from Perm, Igor Chernitsyn. Yelena, let's start with you and try, to the extent possible, given the scientific methods and the information that has been accumulated over a relatively short period of history, what do we have in climate science now? What's the current situation? Well, I would like to start by saying that the climate has been changing. It is changing and will continue to change according to the World Meteorological Organization and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Are living in the era of intense global warming. It has begun in the mid-70s of the 20th century and still going on. It is proceeding at different rates. In some decades it has been going faster, in others it slowed down, for example in early 2000s. Nevertheless, global warming exists, and that is a recognized scientific fact. How will things develop? What are the main scenarios? I mean, we understand that things are getting warmer. The planet is getting warmer. What is the results? What is the outcome? I mean, you can ask anyone on the street or in the internet, what is happening to the climate? And everyone will talk about the warming. What other trends would you highlight? Yes, I would also like to say that climatologists count trends in terms of climate change on a 30-year time frame. we can understand what happened for the climate at the current moment with 30-year period, and every decade is warmer than the previous one. From 2014 to 2023, for example, a rate of warming was quite intense. And last year, 2023, according to the World Meteorological Organization, was a record high warming rate a year compared to the pre-industrial era. The anomaly of the average global temperature was about 1.5 degrees, which is quite significant. Some researchers, not only researchers, by the way, some pseudo-researchers as well, point out not only the disadvantages of global warming, but also the advantages. Can you name what are the advantages and disadvantages? And based on the information that we can analyze now, well, it depends on the scale, the spatial and time-wise advantages and disadvantages. The planet is getting warmer, but the regional effect is different. It might get colder in some regions, and we see some negative trends. For example, in 2023, a record was broken in terms of the natural hazards. We're talking about the growth in average surface temperature, the ocean surface temperature increase, the ice area, and the global sea level. From 70s, the extreme weather events has increased 5 times approximately. Alexandra, we mentioned the ocean. How does this ocean react? As an economist, I try to find advantages here. One of the advantages, for example, is warming in our Arctic zone. The Northern Sea Route, for example, is the shortest transport artery between the west and the east. There are major economics and political and geostrategic plans associated with that route. The navigation became easier. The ice is thinner, which is good, no? It is true. The ocean, that's the part of our Earth climate system, is changing. We see the consequences of climate warming, climate change in the ocean, and one of these hard evidence that climate warming is already happening is the rise in the global ocean levels. These measurements have been made for over 100 years, and they show that the world's ocean levels are gradually rising. A little known fact is that only half of the rise in sea level is contributed by melting glaciers and melting ice. In Greenland and Arctic, for example. The other half is the steric increase in the water column. When we have an object and the object heats up, it gets bigger. The ocean has warmed a little bit in these 100 years since the beginning of the industrial age, and that little bit of heating has also given an increase in comparable to the addition of the water as the result of the melting glaciers. And that's the proof for those skeptics who say there's no warming. How critical is it? I understand it's hard to assess the level of criticality, because we need to understand, who is going to be affected. But, there are people who raise the alarm in terms of the rise in oceans and global warming. They say that some cities will go underwater. But what is the major effect for the people living on Earth? We're having an ocean rise about 1 centimeter a year. In 100 years, you have 1 meter, maybe 2 meters. But, the humankind now know how to build the special coast protection facilities, and they put land in the parts of the land that were flooded by the ocean. If there's enough money, as the economy is developed, the countries will be able to build the coast protection facilities and to prepare for the ocean rise, because you don't see that much increase, a couple of centimeters a year, 1 centimeter a year. This is something you can prepare for. And, the northern sea route that we have mentioned, well, yes, the Arctic is melting. In winter, the Arctic is fully covered in ice, going back to the same levels in the summer that we had 20, 30 years ago, but in the winter, sorry. And in the summer, there's much less ice, and we're talking about thick ice as well. And the navigation became easier and more cost-effective. But we're not talking about the fact that we are not going to use icebreakers in the Arctic, because anyway, there's ice, there's parts that are hard to navigate. This sea route is still pretty challenging. You have to have special icebreakers and specially prepared captains and the crew that know how to navigate in these areas. So economics-wise, that's the advantage, of course. But that's the advantage that you have to prepare for, You have to know how to benefit from it. The question is, will we be able to? Igor, as far as I know, you're a developer, and one of your projects is related to environmental protection. You have a project that forecasts emissions of harmful substances, their concentration in the air for industrial enterprises. Tell us about the project, please. Who uses it? What is the interest of the businesses in these kind of projects? How do you apply that? And it's interesting, like you as a researcher, person who codes, how you work with the ecology. Did you have to immerse yourself in the environmental protection agenda? To what extent do you feel yourself to be an environmental protectionist, an ecologist, climatologist? I'll start with a system we are directly involved in and have developed. It solves three main tasks. And we have a block for a section for every task that implements a model, an algorithm. As you have probably noticed, one of the major sections is forecasting. Let's imagine a certain territory where we have some industrial enterprises and residential buildings, and there are meteorological stations located at a fairly large interval, and they record certain emissions and analyze air quality. It turns out to be very useful to know what would happen the next day at these control stations. And this is how we understand what will be the concentration level for a territory. We came up with a set of algorithms and implemented and verified them to predict concentration values a day ahead. It can be useful for a set of substances. So we can say that we can forecast the values of this concentration in the air. It can be useful for a wide range of stakeholders, the industrial enterprises, the people. If you know a problem, you can know the solution, even within the horizon of one day. Yes, even for one day. The company's processes are continuous, and we have to build a forecast every day. The next conceptual section is the dispersion model. We have a territory and an industrial enterprise. For example, if we try to understand when enterprises emit like some process-related substances, we can understand how this cloud, which directly came out of the enterprise's chimneys, will move towards, for example, a residential area, or it might move to some other direction. So we can make a forecast. How will the situation unfold? How quickly these substances will disperse, and take some steps to minimize the consequences. And this section results in the solution of the last task, identification. This is the reverse task, so to speak. It's a fixation of a violation of some metrics at some point, for example, at the control area, the control station. And we try to understand where this emission came from to address that later. And this is how we solve a dynamic problem. So we are solving it not when we find out the problem, but continuously. We observe a certain time series. We look at what moment and when and how the emissions came to our control station. So you are feeling like you are an ecologist, a climatologist. And when you developed the solution for this task, have you looked at the experience of oceanologists and climatologists? It's hard to code anything if you don't understand what are you coding about. When you implement models, you have to experiment, you have to analyze data and to collect them. And in any case, you have this story that you have to be a climatologist to test drive hypotheses and to accept them or deny them and to verify everything from the perspective of the developer. Elena, for you, AI, what is AI for you? Is it a real assistant? Or will it become an assistant? What do you expect from it? How it changes the work of the climatologist? As you know, the main AI technologies started in 1950s. Like for 70 years, we have been living with these technologies, and climatologists for sure use these technologies. Yes, obviously, climatologists work with so-called big data, and we have been working with this big data for a couple of decades. Hydrodynamic models started to be developed at the start of 20th century. As the number of information grows, as the volume of information grows, we have to process this data and information quicker and assimilate the data and to use different models for that. And this is where AI and ML are being used, the neural networks, everything related to that. And so in this case, I think that in climatology, we're talking about the last decade, when it started to be implemented quite actively. Climatologists want to improve the quality of the weather forecast using AI and maybe to make some climatic projections, because these are very different things. That's the first thing. And the second thing I would like to point out is that when we talk about the quick, rapid changes that we're experiencing right now, and the climate-related events, you have to identify them, and the AI can assist in terms of helping to predict these. And the location of meteorological stations in Russia, in Siberia, in the Arctic zone, these stations are located very far away from each other, so that means some inaccuracy, and so we need other sources of information like the satellite images and the zone modeling images, and here AI methods can help in speeding up these processes and in processing this data. De-routinization, removing the routine, monotonous work, something that is related to AI. This is what I love. Do you see that in the climate science? Yes, if you talk about the satellite images, that's what we're talking about. We can use satellite images to identify various things. Obviously, you have to train the model to make sure that the recognition is proper. Like the satellite images can be recognized by AI AI is very capable of doing that, and the medical images are being and scans are being recognized by AI. Now, do you use AI in oceanology, in ocean sciences? We will build on Yelena's comments on the practical uses. But do you have enough people who can deliver the end product, AI-related product? Or the scientific community is just developing AI solutions within itself? How does it work? We have a range of tasks that can be resolved with AI. It's done with a higher quality, with the use of AI. There was no revolution in terms of understanding and in terms of the approaches of understanding the oceans, but de-routinization, like removing the Excel files, because we use a lot of Excel in files in the business. Maybe you have less of that. Yes, but there are tasks that AI can resolve and improve the quality. There are more students and young people who are interested in AI-related tasks. There are traditional ocean scientists who are using AI now, but usually these are younger people. In MIPT, we have a AI course on the earth sciences and AI in earth sciences. Mikhail Kalinitsky is the major professor there, and we have Alexander Savin, our associate researcher, who published a great paper where he used AI to better forecast the ice conditions on this northern sea route that we've talked about. Now, we have satellite images that measure various characteristics of the global ocean, but they do not measure them directly. We're talking about temperature, the level of salt, and other things. But it looks at the radiation from the ocean, and based on them, they build a model to understand the temperature, to understand the level of salt in the ocean. And up until recently, we had a problem. There are satellite images that can show you the sea salt level of the ocean. And they are pretty good at measuring the salt level in many other oceans, but not in the Arctic. On the northern part, where the temperature is quite low, these standard algorithms are not working properly, and the result is not a good one.
At the same time, salinity is very important from the point of view of ice formation, because in the Russian Arctic there are large rivers that dump a lot of fresh water into the sea. In winter, stronger fresh ice forms there. It is stronger than salty ice. And as a result, it is important for us to map areas of fresh ice. It is important to avoid them properly so that ice-breaking caravans go through less durable ice. To do this, we need to monitor the salinity of seawater to calculate areas of fresh ice formation. Thanks to artificial intelligence technologies, thanks to our work with Mikhail Kalinitsky and Alexander Savin, we have managed to create a highly accurate algorithm that determines salinity specifically for the seas of the Russian Arctic. We trained it on data from numerous expedition measurements, used them to design what satellites measure, and built a new model for a specific region for the Russian Arctic. And now we have the ability to detect areas of solid, fresh ice in winter to determine their movement and formation. Cool. Is it already used by the operators in the Northern Sea Route in practical activities and navigation? Yes. We're very keen to implement this project. We have a preliminary agreement with Sovcomflot. They were interested. They were actually one of the initiators of this work, of this development. But the problem is that now the Northern Sea Route is not operating at full capacity. In fact, in winter, intensive navigation is only carried out only along the small western edge of the Northern Sea Route, the western part of the Karsk Sea, from Murmansk to Yenisei and further on eastwards. Maritime vessels don't really travel, and in those areas, that's the fresh water that needs to be avoided, or you need to map it. You need to understand where the ice is stronger. And I really hope that we will really implement this development, and it will be useful. You know, we measured it, we saw the ice, we didn't see the ice. It is about taking the caravan at the end of the day. Yeah, the cost of mistake is not small, yes. The cost of passing one caravan or one icebreaker is not a penny either. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully in the upshot of the initial testing, you will actually deliver. A question perhaps to you then. If there's other opinions, obviously, we'll be glad to hear them. You know, on the one hand, AI technologies have been helping to fight climate change. They help to resolve specific climate and environmental problems. On the other hand, I haven't really managed to look it up. We've got these data centers and storage areas, storage facilities. They consume a lot of power, and the consumption is only projected to rise even on the 10-year horizon. And further forecasts, 50 years out, just crazy consumption. So on the one hand, we are helping to solve environmental problems. On the other hand, we are accelerating power generation, we are accelerating power consumption. How much of a risk is that? Maybe AI technologies are partly a risk in themselves because they are based on extremely energy-intensive tools. It'd be good to hear your opinions. Well, it is about a balance. The question is quite provocative, all right, but I would say that any tasks in the field of artificial intelligence related to ecology and climate are rather important. There are a lot of mathematical models, there are a lot of artificial intelligence models that deal with more global things, the movement of air masses, the movement of pollutants, and so on. Yes, indeed, it is rather powerful in terms of computational complexity, and it takes a lot of computing resources to utilize that. But modern trends lead to a lot of reuse of existing materials. You do tuning, you do superstructures, and that is not as energy consuming as it might seem. Elena, Alexander, any dissenting opinions? What if artificial intelligence helps us to develop some alternative energy sources, cleaner and more efficient? Of course there is that opinion, and I'll actually take a top-down view of this, not that we are taking a test here to hit the right pros and cons of AI in favor of or against the fight of climate change. It certainly does consume energy, AI, but this is not that much, and it is not the largest share of the gains in power consumption. We have been adapting to global change. No one is saying that we stop using electricity. Maybe we want to slow down. No one is really saying that we should just, unplug. We stop building power plants, we stop breeding, we stop increasing our population, and that's it. We are saving the nature. AI is helping us to adapt to climate change. It does not help us to stop the climate change, reverse the climate change. It helps us to find our place in this complex balance. Yeah, we have hit on a really interesting vein here. Elena, would you agree? Because I see artificial intelligence as a tool that will help us. Not that I'm an expert in ecology or climatology. I hope that it will allow us to do a number of things, if not take or reverse, but at least to slow down the development of processes and, in the long term, wean us, deliver us from certain problems. Elena, your opinion? Well, I stand in favor of reasonable consumption, reasonable use of all these methods. I think everything depends on the tasks. It's really about setting the tasks correctly. Why are we using AI methods? What errors? What are the risks? Everything must fit into, everything must chime in with physical laws. So I do agree with Alexander. I can't really say that this is going to be useful. It will all depend on what task we will go about resolving. I would agree with Alexander. This will help us find adaptation options. Run the figures on them, calculate the risks, the pros and cons, and make a decision based on that. Yeah, I'm not arguing with this either. I just want further development. Look, this autumn we conducted a survey of almost 19,000 internet users, 56% men, 44% women. Let me read out the questions. Will AI technologies be able to protect humans from the effects of climate change, natural disasters, or social problems? Question mark. What do you think the answers were? Yes, 17%, no, 53%, an overwhelming majority, not sure, 30%. Any thoughts? What would you comment? What would be your comment on that? We have answered the question largely, will AI dampen the effect of climate change, the radical effect? Well, I would like a more neutral position on this, because we cannot say even 10 years out what artificial intelligence is going to be doing on its own. So far, AI has been more of a recommendational system. We can use it to monitor certain processes, situations, so on. And, forewarned is forearmed. And having this information allows us to make decisions of our own, change processes of certain kind. But over the near horizon, we cannot say that AI can definitely offer us a single one-shot solution for all environmental problems. Yeah, we just need to remember that it is another means to an end. It's not going to do the job for us. Friends, AI technologies has been changing various industries rather actively, including the labor market. How is it changing the labor market? It is in this refraction of ecology, climatology, care for the environment. How do you see the future on the professions? Will certain professions depart if we are talking about deroutinization? Alexander, in oceanology, what is going to appear, what's going to disappear, or will there be a certain convergence between developers and habitual researchers of climate and ocean? What's your take? Yeah, it's an interesting question. Just as in any other trade, in oceanology, there are routine activities, field activities, where people come and spend strenuous efforts that really inhibit development. And these problems can be solved by AI. One example that immediately comes to mind is looking through the microscope. Geologists, especially marine biologists, look down the microscope a lot. They identify bacteria, viruses, other living things, etc., the plankton. It's possible to teach AI to look down the microscope, to identify those creatures. A person requires a lot of qualification to do that. You can't just take a student to do this. You take experience. But experienced people are fewer and fewer. A lot of people, increasingly many people, go to work in genetics and more fashionable branches of biology, more modern, more fashionable. And decreasingly, many people want to look down the microscope. And it takes a lot of effort. You need to go through a lot of visuals to arrive at certain conclusions. So, AI. The second thing that comes to mind is marine culture. AI is actively used in agriculture. You can do the same thing at sea. Mariculture is developing a lot these days. And as far as I know, in recent years, aquaculture has pretty much equaled in the tonnage of fish with the actual fishing. And there's actually a boom going on in aquaculture. There's huge ground for the development of AI. That's an interesting fact. I thought that aquaculture is a local story, more terrestrial than ocean-based. Yelena, as a climate scientist, what do you see written on those job sites? Who's going to appear? Who's going to disappear? Well, I'd say that at the moment there are already such requirements for climate scientists. They must be able to program, to code. So far, it has not been a requirement, but the skill of coding should be there. How you use it is a matter of, some future. But some skills must be in the toolkit. People must be able to control the processes going on in AI. As for the areas of application, I believe that agriculture will be developed quite actively using AI methods. Perhaps there will be specialists in sustainable development who will be able to assess the risks from AI use, including the impact of climate change and hazardous events. Thank you. Igor, developers will be developers, or will there be something at the nexus between developing and climate science? Yeah, I would probably gravitate to Yelena's opinion, although I do agree and I do disagree with some points. Let me explain. Now, as you have said, climatologists are hired with some knowledge of coding. I think it needs to be taken to another area slightly. It should be more in the area of analytics, decision-making. The tools have been evolving constantly, and At some point, most jobs are about monitoring, assessing situations, and transferring information further on. The technical things can be covered AI more. As for the quest for ideas and implementation of solutions, that can be done by AI. If you go a bit deeper, one level deeper, then any research is about data, obtaining data, validation of data. So we cannot always be 100% sure that the equipment that collects data is fully operational. There is always people that maintain the equipment, that may identify breakdowns, at weather stations. There's even a popular job these days, searching for defects using AI. We look at observations and they have become, ambiguous, atypical for a given area. So we can talk about there being something fishy with the equipment. This routine work of validating the observation devices, the data, that can be delegated to AI. Could you perhaps give us a top 3, top 2, top 1 professions of the future in ecology, climatology, AI-related? You named someone who stopped looking down the microscope and went on to do something else more interesting. The jobs that will get de-routinized by AI, we're clear on that, thank you. But what else? Prompt engineering seems to be a huge ream of professionals, but there should be something else. Or do we not understand yet fully who's going to be, coming forward? Will working with LLMs become a must? Well, so far indeed, but do not have proactive action on AI on AI. It's rather task by task thing. We have a task. Can we do this using AI? There's absolutely no such thing as images or text generated by AI. Perhaps you definitely don't have these situations as with images and text. It's hard to imagine what data will be generated by AI that we will definitely need, but perhaps some climate scenarios will be generated by AI, and HIMLS will assess their feasibility, because there's a broad pool of tasks. What will happen in a given region? What happens if we build a dam here or a canal there? Yeah, it's a verifier, a validator of the outcomes of the models AI developed, a supervisor, yes. Friends, in conclusion, in summation, we are being followed by huge viewership, a lot of professionals, developers, climatologists, ecologists. What would you tell them to perhaps encourage, motivate them to develop new solutions, to pay new attention to new products? What can motivate us more here? Well, I'd say if you, as a coder, as an expert in AI or climate science, you would be feeling that you are saving the world. You would be feeling altruistic. You would be telling friends and acquaintances and relations, I'm in ecology. I'm helping to save this and that. That would be an important boost to motivation for coders to be involved in these projects. Indeed, that's great motivation to be feeling the savior of the world. Not just the world, savior of, little animals. Friends, thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. Hopefully we meet again many times and talk about these things. And the reason why I brought those animals, I've got this figure, about 41% of mammals, through the increase of temperatures by just 3 degrees, will have to relocate, change the habitat. Indeed, animals do change habitat for all kinds of causes, environmental problems, etc. But this is a problem. After a small break, we will talk with climatologists, zoologists, and all kinds of other experts about saving not just the people, but a very fragile biodiversity.
The music was created by Symformer.
Друзья, мы продолжаем наш эфир.
Friends, we're continuing with our session. And our topic today is the topic that inspires us to sin, to think. But I would like to give the quote of Leo Tolstoy. All the evil in man, one would think, should disappear on contact with nature, the most spontaneous expression of beauty and goodness. Animals evoke happy, tender feelings in us, but rapid climate change is affecting them with great force, and animals are affecting us, affecting our emotional state and even our well-being. Biodiversity conservation, the role of AI and challenges facing the experts. These are the topics that we're going to discuss with our guests today. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce this amazing trio. Olga Krever, Deputy Director of the Center for Protected Areas Support of the Ministry of Natural Resources of Russia, a legendary person, Timur Ionov, MTS, AI researcher, and Ivan Pigarov, Executive Director of the Association of the Development of Natural Beekeeping. Guests, hello, it's great to see you here in our podcast, and just a fantastic session, I think, and I hope that after this talk we will influence quite a lot of people. Hi, everyone. So, we have an interesting trio today of experts because everyone has different professions, but everyone is connected with AI in different ways. But one thing in common is flora and fauna. And it would seem where AI in this area is. And today, I think we'll give you the answers. I'll start with Olga. Fantastic job that you take. And can you tell me, please, what technological tools do you use in your work? Hi everyone, hi again, great to be here, but let's start with Roszapovet Center, the Center for Protected Areas Support. What is it? On the one hand, it is an organization that helps the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment to make the right decisions, including in terms of conservation and study of biological diversity. Secondly, it is an organization that provides scientific, methodological, informational and analytical support and human connection to the teams that coordinate the activities, now especially protected natural areas. There are over 12,000 of them in Russia now, but they are a little smaller. Just over 300 have the federal level. Of these, 240 are subordinate protected areas of the Russian Ministry of Natural Resources. Each reserve and national park is a small research organization, and you have to manage them all. I mean, some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger. And in accordance with the law on specially protected natural territories, they must conduct research activities and state environmental monitoring. How do you collect all those results that are delivered in the process of the scientific research in the specially protected natural territories? How do you process them? And here we have advanced technologies. First of all, we need them to organize the research work. We use such high-tech as unmanned drones that can fly and, without any human assistance, capture the life that takes place in a nest, for example, of birds of prey, or to look at some other animal. Do I understand correctly, as the next question I wanted to ask, is that you already use these tools in your work, and one of them you use for animal monitoring, of course, and research, because some biological and environmental research do not quite fit into the concept of monitoring. We're talking about applied science, applied research work. Then in order to understand where animals walk, what are their habitats, how are they distributed and concentrated in specially protected natural areas, we need cameras, camera traps and photo recorders. The most important thing is all our specially protected natural territories keep so-called chronicles of nature. These are unique works. The most valuable scientific information is collected there. How many researchers and years do you need to process them all? Obviously, AI comes to help here. What have you already implemented? You talked about the drones, and what are the results that they show you, and what is the difference? How these technologies change the way you work with data, and is the information more precise now? Well, in many especially protected areas, the species that are listed in the Red Book of Russia are studied and monitored as a priority. We're talking about birds of prey, big cats, cranes, and so on. to study them, some protected areas have already been using some drones for a couple of decades. But what is a quadricopter, a drone? It flies over the territory and takes pictures, and that's it. You draw a conclusion. But advanced and state-of-the-art drones of aircraft type, which can spend 14 hours without landing, without refueling, are capable of operating in harsh Arctic conditions. This is something that was used in our protected areas in 2022 when we had to monitor polar bear on Wrangel Island. And this is a unique method that has proven its effectiveness. Moreover, the drones were our Russian drones called Orlans. We fell in love with them, absolutely, and next year we also started to monitor polar bears on other islands, and we didn't just fly these drones over these islands, but we used the neural network technology during the expedition. So this was a trained neural network, the AI, that determined where bears were and where they were not. And during the expedition, we received information about the number of polar bears inhabiting the islands. It's a unique approach. We did this world's first drone study of polar bears in 2022, and we were the first one to use AI for this purpose in 2023. The results were fantastic, and of course, without the partnership with government systems, scientific organizations, and business companies that supported this work, we wouldn't be able to deliver that. As part of the new national project called Environmental Wellbeing, we want to do some work for the Siberian crane, also using drones to study the Siberian crane, nesting sites in Yakutia, and help to restore the declining western population of Siberian crane using eggs that we will collect in places where it's abundant, and we will introduce the Siberian cranes into the declining population so that this population will recover. And such are the global plans that we have, and this is how state-of-the-art technologies help to restore rare species. This is a magic wand, really, that helps to reduce time and to avoid the human mistakes and get reliable information and do it quickly. Thank you very much. We'll move from the Arctic to Kamchatka. Timur, a couple of questions. You are a developer of a neural network for monitoring fish populations in Kamchatka. How did you come up with this idea in the first place? I understand there was a problem like that, but how did you realize that, okay, I'm the person who has to develop this system? Well, me and my team participated in an international hackathon as part of the World Festival of Youth in Sirius, and we had a problem put for us that accounting for non-rock takes a lot of time and human resources. Now, the fish takes a lot of time and human resources. It was necessary to create a system that would help to optimize the process, as it is important to control the number of the blueback salmon. 1 hour-long video can take up to 1.5 months of an expert's time. With the help of neural network, we were able to reduce that time by 95% for one person, while maintaining the same high accuracy. Since we're not talking about replacing a human, but creating an assistant that helps, pre-detects, and highlights what the expert has to focus on, and the final decision is made directly by the researcher, by a human. What was the most labor-intensive? The cameras are working near the water, and Kamchatka is famous for its difficult weather conditions. And the cameras are just above the water, and sometimes it's very hard to detect these blueback salmon properly, and to resolve these problems, we developed algorithms that firstly try to eliminate various ripple effects and noise effects from rain and snow. Secondly, we trained the model to work in any environment. And, at the junction of these two important areas, using difficult examples to train the model so that it processes the data correctly, we achieved some good results. And this model can work all year round. How long did this test drive take you? We implemented this hackathon results in 3 days, and for the most part we used open source libraries that allowed us to apply different effects, like the effects from the rain, from the blizzard. So we didn't have to create it from scratch. And it's also important to leverage the already available technologies and to orchestrate them properly. And we mostly orchestrated some other developments and adopted them from other domains and other areas. So the model we used was not originally designed for fish. It's just that we trained it specifically for fish and for that region. If you are an AI expert, you still need to be in the context of the domain in which you are developing a solution. So you kind of became a biologist during this time, yes. Has this development influenced your desire to further study biology and to immerse yourself in the topic of nature and animals? Yes, actually, during the hackathon, we immersed ourselves in the problems that people face, and we saw the effect that can impact the entire regions due to biodiversity. And we, as experts, as researchers, as techies, we know what tools can we try. We can prototype a solution, and we can make life much easier for the researchers and to leverage AI for nature. At the start of the session, I said that biodiversity affects us, our lives, and our well-being. I think many people know that up to 75% of the world's food is produced thanks to bees. And we have today someone who knows more about bees and their problems than anyone else. I'm going to start with this childish, naive question. We've all seen bees. It seems like, how could bees possibly have problems in the first place? But can you please tell me what's going on with them and what's the big deal? Like many other animals, bees have problems, the same problems as other species. Most of the problems arise because of the human factor. Bees are quite intensively exploited by humans, and this exploitation has a significant impact on them. It's very important to distinguish, if we're talking about nature and biodiversity, that bees should be considered separately as intensive agriculture industry, which is like beekeeping, and it should be regarded separately as an element of wildlife, because some bees are wild animals and are still wild animals. Sometimes they still live in hollow cavities. And I would also like to say that bees are not always honeybees. And they are very important for us, and unfortunately today intensive beekeeping unfortunately has a detrimental effect, including on the wild pollinator population, by creating significant food competition in certain areas. Another naive question. So it turns out that bees are affected only by intensive beekeeping, or are there other factors? There's a million factors. Pesticides have a huge impact, not only on bees, but on everything around them. Other pollinators, too, are affected by pesticides. But if bees are counted and people try to preserve them, because they deliver some economic effect. But as for all other species, no one pays any attention to them. But by the way, in terms of biodiversity, a large number of plants are in the Red Book just because they have lost their pollinators. So, let's go to the honeybees. There are a number of things and challenges related to honeybees. Some say that honeybees are on the verge of extinction. It's a nightmare. This is populist stuff, really. Honeybees are not on the verge of extinction. There's quite a lot of them. In terms of international classification, it's of minimal concern. It's the possibility of extinction. But within the honeybees, there are subspecies. And these are some populations that lived in a particular habitat, most often isolated, and over the course of the evolution, meaning a long period of time, they have developed a very stable gene pool that helps them survive in a particular place. And that's a pretty valuable gene pool we're talking about. And unfortunately, today, bees are transported from one place to another place in large numbers. And due to that transportation, there's a mutation process. And bees are crossbreeding with each other, and subspecies disappear. So there's another important challenge in terms of biodiversity is to preserve these unique subspecies. And so that these subspecies need to be identified. And there are different methods of identification. Mostly, we use morphological traits. How to distinguish Dachshund from the German Shepherd dog, for example? Well, you understand that one has small legs, and you realize there are visual differences. And bees have also these traits as well, but bees are small. And there's another major problem. Polyandry. So each bee family has many fathers. So a female bee is breeding with a lot of male bees. So to understand which subspecies we're talking about, it's necessary to make some very complex measurements, some morphological traits, to look at the color, their feet, the pubescence. The most basic method is used by experts is wing veining. There are certain veins on the wing of the bees, and it has been noticed that in different subspecies the veins differ in structure. Okay, so it's like we're talking about veins in the wings. Yes, absolutely. Ivan, so you have expanded on the problems of the bees and talked about the subspecies, but what AI tools can be used right now to preserve the population? How it can be useful in such a complex field? You should understand that AI is a tool. We are solving the problem of identification. So there is a process of morphometric measurements of subspecies by a wing vein pattern. Many wings are scanned, and certain points are placed at the intersection of their veins, and certain indices are counted. And this is a complicated process. I mean, there are some geometrical patterns that we have to identify. Anyway, now the process is as follows. We scan every wing, and to identify one family, you have to take 30 or 50 wings, and you have to put a wing to the scanner and scan it, and to glue it, and then to put these dots on every wing to understand the pattern of the vein, and then having a tool set that you have, you will get some result, some deliverable. Well, back to Timur. He was saying that AI helps to optimize this work. Optimize is a kind of a vague word, but anyway, can it help here? That's absolutely the same. I mean, the scanning process has to be manual, at least for now, but the process of placing the points on the wing is a task that can be perfectly solved with the help of a neural network. And we have solved this problem together with a group of enthusiasts in several attempts to solve this problem in the world, more entomological ones, not only those related to honeybees. But we were not satisfied with the accuracy of all of these solutions. But fortunately, we found a team of people who decided to assist us, and on the basis of the neural network, we were able to develop a solution for this problem. So the placement of points is very accurate now, and the result is given and is delivered. That is accurate. And now we have reduced the whole process of measuring subspecies by about 2 times. This is a very promising software, needs to be developed and finished, fine-tuned, will be promising for many scientists all over the world. It's a tool not only for scientists who conserve biodiversity, but also for the breeders, bee breeders. I have to interrupt you here. But we're talking about the professions of the future. Now I have to skip to this topic. How will AI affect the profession of biologists, zoologists? What new professions will emerge thanks to AI? Well, I think now the biggest problem is that there are excellent experts in AI and excellent biologists. But this bundle is not working together properly right now, because in order to understand the task well, you need to have a very deep understanding of both these topics. So probably the profession of the future will be a specialist who is good in both of these things, and the person who will select tasks for the purposes of biology should know what AI can deliver. I would like to say that the most interesting and promising future professions will be at the intersection of different specialties. And it is necessary for specialists who are biologists and have fundamental knowledge to dive deep into mathematical methods of working in biology. We're talking about processing of large data volumes and other things. I'm very pleased to announce that one of such professions is being prepared right now. We're developing a professional standard for a specialist in the field of nature conservation. And that includes all the necessary skills and the competencies in data processing, including with the use of AI, the large data sets processing and monitoring. And of course, we will also provide fundamental classical knowledge. I fully agree with the speakers, and I think that the domain knowledge in biology and chemistry and other natural sciences will be valued. And the technology itself, the AI as a technology, is becoming cheaper over time, because it is making all this rapid progress, is becoming more and more publicly available. There are more courses and educational programs, and some of them are publicly available. We as developers do not have to reinvent the wheel every time. How did we manage to create a cool solution in these 3 days? Because we used the previous experience and the knowledge that we took from the internet. We just lacked the kind of a problem statement and problem knowledge from the point of view of the biology to apply it. So I think in the future, natural sciences will be still valued, and people, will have to train in AI to have an additional skill and to achieve these great results.
Well, right now the idea is that 5 to 10 years out, programming will be, relegated to the background, and the code will be written by AI itself. Neural networks are doing this already quite well. It's more about setting the task, framing the task for AI. Yeah, framing the task is the most important thing. At one point there was this profession of sorts, prompt engineer, and now it's sort of moving away. There's constant change. AI is developing at a rate that, in my opinion, no technology has ever been developing at. It's now clear that, in 5 years, coding will move to the background. Let me tell you this, with every passing month as a programmer, I write less and less code. Probably about 10% I write using my own hands. Everything else is written by the assistant. Well, it's good to have such positive forecasts. Dear guests, we have a small interactive activity for you in the finale. I would like you to pay attention to the screen. There will be a picture shown. Part of it will be covered by a blurred square. You'll have to guess what is hidden by the square. Is that a tick? That is a tick. What kind of a bug is that? Would you like me to name the specific type, or is that the specific wing type of it? Or is that a butterfly, or is that a bug, or... Well, it looks like a ladybird. It's like a ladybird. Well, let's have a look. Is that a tick? That is a tick. Dear guests, that indeed is a tick. Ticks have been more actively proliferating, occupying new habitat, and they are spending less and less in hibernation. My question to you, can artificial intelligence save both humans and animals from tick infestation, from mite infestation? Well, if you look at this biologically, if some population increases too much, you need to look at the imbalances in the environment. It's not too likely to be just about climate change here. It looks like the habitat lost some predator that was feeding off these mites. In all honesty, I know a lot about bee hunting ticks. There are bee hunting ticks. There's all kinds of them. They're very nasty, those ones. At the end of the day, do you think AI can project this? Well, project, yes. Because an upsurge can help if there's a confluence of factors. If, there's a confluence of temperatures, humidity, solar activity, there's an emergence of victimized vegetation, young grass. And then when these factors combine, we knew there were outbreaks last year, and if we do, and there's a confluence of these factors, we can predict the appearance of such outbreaks, upsurges next year, and AI can do this projection. But fighting that, project, yes, you can do that. Finding the patterns, a model can definitely do that. But solving that without a certain physical toolkit, without a new formula to spray, without creating the right habitat, without tweaking the habitat the right way, that should be done by humans. Next picture. Well, that's a living being, all right. That should be a living being. There's a lot of options here. That's definitely not a penguin. That looks like a marine mammal. Can that be a polar bear frolicking in the ice hole? Well, there's a lot of options here. Right. Well, that is definitely a marine mammal, of which a polar bear is one. Well, there's all kinds of hares and walruses and seals. Well, I've learned a lot of new vocabulary today, let me tell you that. Can we reveal the picture? Oh dear. These are killer whales. That's a strange killer whale. And in February this year, a flock of red-listed killer whales got trapped in an ice trap because of drifting ice. People couldn't get close to them for a while, rescue them. Do you think AI can help in such situations? Can we fantasize about a solution that might be forthcoming? Probably a similar case. We could be predictive. We could be assisted in forecasting. A forecast of an ice situation could lead us to identify some negative consequences for killer whales or other marine mammals. And based on that, we could position ourselves to help. And next picture. Why don't you show these pictures to an AI engine? They do a great job of identification. Well, who is behind here? It should be some fish. I think it's fish. This is, a bit long in shape. So, what is the guess? Is that a fish? Well, let's have a look at the right answer. And what we have is Amur tiger. In the Far East, a red-listed Amur tiger experiences problems with forage base. That's the wild boar population. That's 8 to 10 times smaller than is necessary for the tigers. Both the target population and the inhabitants of populated areas are under threat. How can AI help in this situation? Well, I think the first asset coming to help should be humans. AI is all well and good, but it was the humans who were to blame. It was the humans who exterminated the wild boar to such an extent that the tiger's food base, especially in Khabarovsk Krai, was undermined. So to restore the ungulates that live in Primorsky and Khabarovsk Krais, especially in Khabarovsk Krai, because the forage base there is much less diverse, to restore the forage base, we need to enhance that. Can a bioinformatician, for example, with knowledge of artificial intelligence, breed a new species of wild boars? Well, that's a different story. That's called introduction. That's a newly bred organism, hitherto unknown. They cannot be introduced. You can introduce them in specially protected natural areas because you can't run the consequences. You can't predict the consequences of this introduction. Maybe it will lead to an extermination of a lot of species. It might actually make the situation worse. There's a lot of cases like this. A lot of reserves know this. It's about exercising due care. Yeah. Well. Thank you very much for a very interesting conversation. I think whoever listened to us today will be very interested in doing all kinds of things in fauna and flora. Earlier we mentioned that climate and biodiversity are directly related to agribusiness sector. Due to rapid climate change, we are already seeing a decline in yield growth of one of the most popular crops, maize. Shortages of cocoa products, chocolates are predicted. Even potatoes could become a real delicacy. How AI can help crop yields? What smart farms are? Is that a matter of long out future, or is that a reality already? And what will an agro specialist look like? That's the topics for the next discussion.
AI for Planet.
Я думаю, вы заметили, это был непростой год для
I think you have noticed it was a difficult year for the Russian agriculture as well as the world agriculture. Not that the previous years were too favorable. Soil degradation, extreme natural phenomena, growth of cities, population, urbanization. The challenges facing the agribusiness is a litany. Now we're going to talk about how modern technologies, including AI, help us deal with these challenges. Today with us, founder and CEO of Cognitive Pilot, Olga Uskova. Very warm welcome. Hello. Great to be here. Leading researcher, Institute of Cytology and Genetics, Siberian branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Dmitry Afonikov. Hello. Founder of the Russian student startup, Dairy Vision, Maxim Izmesyev. Maxim, thank you. Olga, shall I start with you? Perhaps one of the main proselytizers of AI. Perhaps one of the main popularizers of AI. Not just a popularizer, one of the implementers. We actually built the plant. Well, I am continuing. I'm just giving you the credit roll. Well, in agribusiness, in agro, and it's a general question to all the panelists. If you want to answer, feel free. The influence of AI on agricultural sector. What has it been? What have we been able to implement? What tasks have we been able to solve? Well, let me start from the very beginning, from the summary that you gave at the outset. Agro is always a disaster zone. If you go back over the 1,000 years to Egypt, either locusts or something else there was always some kind of a plague. There's three groups of factors at play in the agro industry: humans, the Lord Almighty, and now it's the robots. And the more robots there are, and the more predictable and realizable the economy of the agribusiness is. I would like you to get that video rolling so we can actually show some proof. What we're showing is today. It's not pilot projects. It's the robots actually working in the fields for money. What we are saying is that the procedure has essentially changed. The procedure, the routine of working on the ground. People are being taken out of the lineup of production factors. The toolkits are becoming very accurate, very precise. Accuracy up to several millimeters. The ability to, till a field in any weather, in any time of day. You can work in swarms commanded by one dispatcher. You can automate not just at the level of one district or one country. You can automate on the level of the globe. You can see this feed from the dispatch room that takes the feeds from all the robots. The most important thing is that this is the working thing. I'm not talking a pilot project here, not just 5 machines having fun. It's the actual economics. This is actually acceptable for operation en masse in agricultural business. And the factory was built in Tomsk, the radio electronics factory, radars, microelectronics. We actually were able to deploy the manufacture the entire lineup of components. We're going to come up with this question when we see this point at the video. It looks like humans can be taken out of the equation at all. Let's freeze this robot for a while. This is a peak of the current story, where it is a fully autonomous baby. We made it this small for a reason. You can put it into the back of a truck, and you can hook up all the implements to it. And thanks to the presence of this element, you can code an army of these robots with very precise tasks, sowing all the way to cultivation, recultivation. Then you use the soil analyzers, the weather analyzers that give management to the growth of plants. And the whole thing is supporting a process that I would call this. In 2009, there was a very important revolution that we failed to notice, actually. Let's show the second slide. In 2009, the strength of urban population exceeded the strength of rural populations. What this means is that people who want to eat are increasingly numerous versus the people that manufacture the things to eat. And this was a revolution. This is the chart that produced the revolution that we are trying to sort out in the direction that is entirely correct for both the world and Russia. We are trying to become the breadbasket for the world because we've got the necessary arable lands and we've got the robots to till them. And we've got the goodwill to feed ourselves and everyone around us. And then we've got the water, the fertilizers, the purist, and the humans. We've got all of that. I've got a whole string of questions as an economist, but Dmitry, to you. You are about selection, genetics. I think genetics, one of the main beneficiaries from AI. What are the areas that you are seeing, the areas of promise? What does the Russian Academy of Sciences see going forward? Well, precision farming is indeed highly useful precision farming. Maybe we can call it more smart farming, but all the manipulations are done at the right time, in the right place, with the right effect, to minimize the effort and get more benefit. It used to be, perceived as being about observation of fields, data collection and monitoring, decision-making, and then certain actions, agronomic measures as per certain recommendations. There's an increasing understanding that an increasing role is played by the plants. It takes a lot of understanding of what you need to sow for it all to grow, what plants will actually grow if you seed them. And the role of selection here, the role of breeding here is rather high. Planning the varieties and lineups that would be suitable for the certain ecological conditions, that's hugely important. And this is the goal of genetics and breeding, of selection. There's no task to create a universally resilient species, resilient to any stress conditions. It's about finding the right varieties suitable to specific environments that will give the best yields with the best resilience, and perhaps do some genetic editing so that we give better performance in certain environments.
And to adapt them based on the changes. Yes, absolutely. Based on the environment, based on the having the full knowledge of what kind of agricultural conditions we're talking about, what kind of precipitation we have, temperature during the year. AI helps to solve all these tasks. Maxim, coming back to Olga's words regarding the fact that there are indeed more people who just consume groceries, who want to eat, so to speak, than people who are producing this food, cultivating it. So you originally wanted to become a robotic expert, specifically in agriculture. Where did this desire come from? Because, we're talking about how the technological changes shift the way we live. But young people do not want to work in the countryside, really, because the salary is not that high. That's true. Everything has changed. The level of salary increased, and the person does not come to work with a shovel in the countryside, but like an Interstellar. There's quite a lot of 25, 30-year-olds in the countryside right now. But Maxim, where did this idea come from? Because you work with cattle, really. Tell us about your project. What problems do you manage to solve? I know that you have passed a SBIR accelerator. You became one of the finalists. So, based on your startup, what is the economic effect? Expand on that, please. I'll start from this beginning, when you asked about robotics. It sounds like some cyberpunk. Robotics for agriculture sounded like that for me, so it was very exciting to try that out, to do something with my hands, So the automation really got into me. In agriculture, there's crop production, livestock farming, and the HR-related problems. And we are solving this problem with our project. So can you imagine a farm with thousands of cows? And it's like as if we have a farmer that follows each cow and monitors it 24/7. And this is what computer vision does. This is what our product delivers. If we talk about numbers, on the farms where we have been piloting, we're talking about 94% accuracy compared to the current technology. In addition to that, we cover 1/3 more herds than previous technologies because we have an exterior assessment, the gait assessment, the fatness of the cows assessment, and many other things that are tied to the external indicators of the animals. So we're talking about health. What are the effects? Yeah, we're talking about the health of the livestock, the physiological, reproductive performance, and it's important that the cow on the farm should be this machine that produces raw material, which is milk. And during the project, we understood that the highest profitability of this quote-unquote machine is achieved on the 5th year of lactation. But on the farms, cows live somewhere around 2-3 years, although in nature they can live up to 20 years. But it's not profitable to do that. It's more profitable to replace the livestock. But we aim to maximize the profitability of the animal by eliminating the diseases at the earliest stage, when it's still profitable to treat the livestock. Olga, coming back to your words, I'm very happy that we have moved from the pilot to the production. It's great that it's working. What are the economic effects of the implementing such projects? Now, you have shown this cute little machine. Is it okay for farms? Like, can they afford that? like a medium-sized farms? Well, it's absolutely possible. Economic story is here, and the farmers can use that, and it works directly on the land. It's there are actuators that can control the device, and farmers know how to save. When you work on the field, you know, it's like you play with nature, with God in a way. And it's one of the most critical target groups, and one of the most, you know, stingy in a way, people, because people start to with a teary face talk about hurricanes and all other weather conditions. But anyway, the numbers are important because there's money behind it, and the transition to robotization should be ensured that you reverse the situation in 1 or 2 seasons. Otherwise, you won't be able to scale that. It depends on the volume of the farm, obviously, and the investments. There are 2 effects. There's robotization of existing farms. That's 47%. That's the immediate effect, thanks by changing the work time. An agricultural person who works on processes gets tired and loses attention. So this solution helps to reduce the risks and increase efficiency. Other more detailed indicators are here, like fuel economy, the grain material savings, the fertilizers, and so on and so forth. You know, all in together, the effect is almost 100%. And that testifies to the fact that launching such systems in one season gives a fundamentally new economic shift. And next you have other most popular questions. I mean, like, where do people go? They will be replaced, right? Everyone will be robotized, right? Well, it's not that I've prepared this question, because everyone are very tired answering these questions. Because you understand the answer, right? So we have to skip that. We can skip that, right? We'll definitely get into that. But Dmitry, going back to precision farming and, you know, talking about the breeding, one of our main problems, it might not be so critical, and these are seeds. We talked about this like a decade ago, 2 decades ago, like after 2014, when our agriculture sector literally took off, and we're continuing to talk about that now. What is being done here? How AI helps? You know, we're talking about extreme climatic conditions. It was a very challenging year for Russian farmers. I mean, it was better at some regions, but some regions experienced droughts. Some, on the other hand, had snow in May or flooding. There's more emphasis on extremely hardy varieties of seeds, or just refine the expansion of the range of domestic seeds. I think there's no point in focusing on any specific varieties here. It makes sense to focus on technologies that can solve certain problems. If we implement these technologies, we can make any varieties for any conditions. And this is where AI really makes a big difference to the overall solution. Because on the one hand, for breeders and geneticists, it's very important to understand the characteristics of the plant. And it needs to be done on a mass scale so that we can compare mutations and the resulting phenotype. In this sense, AI helps, firstly, to determine the characteristics of plants based on image analysis. We're talking about the size of the fruit, the leaves of the plant, diseases. Now, that's the first part. Secondly, you know, when we know the genome that has been read or its variability, we can match its variability of that genome. And here too AI is actively used, and it allows us to take into account not only plants in lab conditions, but also how the environment will influence that. and fertilizers, and what are the soil characteristics. Such projects are now actively being developed, and AI is actively used to resolve these tasks. In fact, knowing the mutations, we can predict what kind of plant will we have. On the other hand, if we want a plant with some specific properties, we can guess what mutations we have and what genes we should make and how to get such a plant. Experimentally, in science, these tasks are resolved, so it is shown to be possible. So I think this problem, okay, now the problem is to accumulate more data so that we can solve the tasks and problems with AI. Yeah, the volume of information, the quality of the databases, quite a lot of work has been done that is gradual and planned, yes, and targeted. Many experts in AI often say that using neural networks and ML usually leads to quite unexpected results because different models have a different perspective of the problem, perspective, quote unquote. But when you implemented your product, did you have any surprising results? Have you managed to find a new problem, or on the contrary, establish some ways to solve the existing one? Were there any surprises? Well, as I have said, when we found out that the maximum profitability of cows occurs in the 5th year of lactation, we started to target on that. We had pivoted. We were aiming first at the software that would process data and then interpret it for the farmer or the person who works with this app that we were developing. And then we realized that the problem was the collection of data, the analysis of the herd, the analysis of the farm, and this is where we started to focus on. Just a human question. I know a couple of industries, but I would like to ask about the inter-industry cooperation. I've seen that ESG Alliance on AI have drafted the first journal of cases. It's called AI Good for Russia. I will definitely look into that. I haven't seen it yet. They collected AI solutions for working with environmental and social challenges. This casebook is translated into English and it's available in Russian. Now, how relevant is it? I'm driving at the following. I talked with experts in AI and other industries, and they somehow discovered their passion, or they discovered each other. They communicate with each other now. They found each other by accident, though. But, the overall question, how do you ensure interaction between developers and those who are the clients who set the tasks, like between a farm and a cognitive pilot? I know you work proactively, but there are small startups that do not yet have this experience. How do you transfer technologies between each other? Well, let's divide this question into two. The first issue is reports and other things. The industry is just being informed that it's a cross-cutting industry. Obviously, when an industry is being formed, it's usually the investors and financial players who enter there, because now the benefits are counted, are like hundreds of percent, the margin, And financial players, obviously, they need to have some reports, they need to have some expert opinion to see, to look at the players and to understand their positions. And so this a so-called, professional community that supports these financial players, and it helps to have financial players to navigate through all of that, and that's especially relevant for early stages. The other part is real life, and this is where the things are happening now, and that's important because according to old rules, everything had to be long, and it took a long time to build alliances. Now they're quite quick, in building and in being gathered, because we cannot afford this long period of alliance formation. If someone comes to us with a report, we send them to some part of the ecosystem. If they have a prototype, we start to test drive it on our pilot customers, and these people are then entering the market quite quickly. This is the independent level of independence we're talking about. And we now have present and the future combined together, because people are trying to work on the success stories that you can actually test drive in real life. I would like to support Olga here, because agricultural workers are not only thrifty, but they are also conservative. And it takes quite a lot of effort to convince them of something, because they do not trust you. It's very hard to really put them into the perspective of liking the new technologies. Well, indeed, people know the price of a mistake, the price of risk, and given the situation, the cost of finance and HR-related problems, I think this process will go faster. Now, using AI in the fields maybe will kill off some of the professions, some of the jobs. Maybe we can have some top 3 jobs in agriculture that will appear in the near future. Maybe some of them will become obsolete. Maybe we should give some food for thought for some people to think about their future job. The salaries are rising in agriculture, so maybe it's a promising field. But Dmitry, what will happen in genetics, in breeding, fertilizers? What will happen in the context of talent? If we talk about genetics and the breeding, I think there will be some high-tech jobs not in some individual farms, but in breeding centers. These specialists will work with the modern genetics technologies. They will be able to apply state-of-the-art technologies for creating new varieties, and that's obviously a very promising topic. There's a lot of interest in this now. These centers will also have experts in analyzing biological data, so that we can resolve these problems in a targeted way. But these are the people working at the borderline of biology and agrotechnology, agronomy and data analysis. And it's very hard to train people like that, but I think that these experts will be the most valuable ones. Well, yeah, the intersection of different competencies is probably going to be the most valuable in the future, job-wise. 3 experts in agriculture, the most promising one, Olga. Well, neural engineers, neural network engineers, trainers, ML experts, dispatchers, drone operators, drone operators. And it might sound weird, but task setters, those who set tasks for AI, because I don't know how it will be called, neural philosopher or agronomer, neural architect, neural trainer, teacher. I don't know how it will be called. Depends on those who will enter the market first. But this is key right now. You have to integrate all these technologies in the agricultural process. These financial benefits, the more efficiently you implement them into your processes, the more efficient you are. So it's like you are an architect of your business. Yes, the economic architecture, the architecture of the business. Yeah, I'll continue on the analytics. Agro data analysts or agro data analytical experts, I don't know how you're going to call that, but this is a person who understands the subject area and also is good in analytics and IT, and maybe some kind of a consultant who has hybrid knowledge in all sectors of agriculture, is like a resource consultant he optimizes resources in the enterprises. That's an interesting approach. Right. And in conclusion, we prepared a small interactive quiz for you. There are 3 different news from the agrotechnology world on the screen right now. And Olga said that we're at the point where the future and the present are kind of mixed and combined, and like even the past is mixed here as well. So it's hard to understand where the truth is. So the first case study, the farms and the cows are wearing VR glasses that show green fields, and thanks to the VR sessions, the cows' anxiety levels decrease and milk production increases. So do you think it's true or false, Dmitry? I think I would try that, but I don't think it's likely that it can work, and that anyone tried it. I don't think it's a scalable solution. I think it's false, Cows have different color understanding and separation, so they see differently. Yeah, but maybe we should put headphones on the cows and put some Beethoven symphony. I've seen an image like that. They tried it, but it didn't work. Absolutely right, Maxim. You are right. It has been tried in Moscow region. Well, there are many weird people around, And the cow said it felt better, yeah. Wagged its tail, right? Yeah. In the approval. The next case, a Spanish company has created a robot to automatically pick strawberry with 24 robotic arms. Well, that's interesting. Picking berries. I think it might happen. I do not know about the number of hands. Why does it need 24 robotic arms? It's even kind of romantic, Well, it's like open source data that we use published on the internet. Well, maybe it had 28 hands. Yes or no? So yeah, okay. Let's say it's true. I think it's true, but either it had. I think there is a catch. Maybe fewer or more hands, or maybe there was strawberries instead of something else. Right. The correct answer, it was true. And the final question is related to a major challenge, by the way, of the entire ecosystem. Sometimes the bees die unexpectedly, and in Singapore, for the first time, they introduced robotic bees. Do you think it's true or false? I don't think that there is a system like that. Bees impact in agriculture in a major way, so it's a big challenge. Yes, but I don't think it's true, because pollinating plants is a very, very delicate process, very delicate procedure. So I think robots will have a hard time doing that. So the answer is false. Yes. Maybe at some point in time we will be able to achieve that, but it would be great that the challenge related to bees would be resolved by normalizing the environment so that bees reproduce in larger numbers. Anyway, thank you very much for this dialogue. It was a very instructive and exciting conversation. Now we'll talk about health. And we'll talk about the fraudsters and how they use AI, deep fakes and other things. And obviously, we're not only going to talk about the bullet, but about the armor to protect us from it, and how AI can be used by fraudsters and those who protect us from them.
По иронии судьбы,
It was the irony of fate that the development of AI also brought cyber fraud and its development. The figures are really frightening. If you look at the stats, in 2023, the growth of cyber fraud with deepfakes increased 3,000%. And the volume of funds embezzled from our citizens is projected to be 300 billion rubles. We spent almost as much on the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2014 in Sochi. It looks like there's not a single person left who had not encountered at least one attack of a cyber fraudster, cyber criminal. And increasingly numerous ways to steal funds are emerging. Yet every action breeds a reaction. Well, fortunately, we have been seeing an increasing effort. The security officers have joined the fray, not that they ever left. The projectiles are developed, the armor is developed. AI tools have been developed. They are developing increasingly cooperative ways of interaction, quicker responses, easier workloads for the security services, prediction, as often as not. How do we protect ourselves from cyber criminals, from fraudsters who have been increasingly more actively using technological toolkit? What do we do not to become the victim? Head of forensics at the cybersecurity department of Sber, Nikita Kudryashkin, is today with us, and the PhD, Vladimir Arlazarov, General Director of Smart Engines. Why don't we start with you? Increasingly sophisticated fraud, an increasing number of deepfakes. I encountered that myself. Well, there have been no consequences so far. Hopefully it stays the same. How do we respond? What do the fraudsters come up with increasingly? Well, you obviously cover all fraud perpetrated by remote with the term deepfake. No. I'm only using it to term faking the voice and image. Social engineering and other brute forces, no, that's all outside the remit. Well, what you have mentioned, that produces most figures. That's all the types of fraud by remote in existence in the territory of our country. That's what we have been fighting. And the law enforcement has been reorienting to fight over 70% of fraud done by remote. Some of it, yes, deepfakes, but most of them are still social engineering phishing. The lure of earning income on the internet, the bite that our gullible citizens rise to. And fraudsters are trying to earn the money off ignorance of basic things. You know, most things come from that, and there's also the financial pyramids. When people fall under the influence of certain citizens and invest in pseudo-financing of all kinds of projects, these figures are indeed horrifying. Going back to the deepfakes, that is an existing problem. It has been in existence for the citizens that are completely inattentive, that can't tell a fake from a genuine image or a genuine voice. And we increasingly see that messengers are used. It's an open secret that you can't make a video call on GSM, or you can't, you can fake a voice, but you can't fake the video on GSM. So that kills off the deepfakes that are videos that GSM does. Spoofing of mobile phones is now controlled by most telecom operators. All the major telecom operators have been doing this, but you can't limit all the traffic. You can't screen all the calls. You can't screen all the messaging. Let me just sidestep and note that AI is increasingly used to create assistants that will be identifying these deepfakes. This is one of our main tasks. Now, right now, deepfakes are predominantly used by fraudsters attacking people who are busy with something, sleeping, distracted by something, not able to fully respond, catching inattention, immersion in problems, etc. And the strategy of using these deepfakes is distraction. Getting people distracted from the habitual stream of thoughts, habitual alertness mode, people not being able to respond properly. You know, a boss calling you at night. You probably heard about this strategy. You know, our security officer on the case is going to call you right after me. The guy wakes up, brushes off the sleep, can't verify, and there comes the bite. And right after that, there's a massive attack coming. The fraudsters are launching the massive attack from all angles. The deepfakes, a photo arrives, the voice arrives, and then there's the continuous handling, continuous control of the person that rose to the bait. So it's just in the messenger. You can't get a call anywhere else. Only the messenger, not GSM. Well, look, again, fraud, again, you named the statistic. You definitely know this. Most of the calls come from abroad, so it will be a spoofed number. SIM boxes, spoofed number, whatever. We are fighting this together with the telecoms, with the law enforcement. So in most of the cases, there will be no call on the common GSM. You can get that call on the messenger because that's the internet. Well, we have not yet eradicated the story with spoofing, so do stay vigilant, even with respect to the voice calls. And the obvious red flag is anyone calling on the messenger. Well, it's not just about deepfakes, is it? The fraud has been technologically advancing as well, very powerfully, right along with cybersecurity and all its diversity, double-digit growth in cybersecurity capabilities for the past 10-odd years, and in the past year or so, there's been a just dramatic boost. What have the businesses been concentrating on? You know, in fighting fraud? Is that fighting deepfakes, fighting the spoof, voice recognition? How is the business responding? Well, the business is responding with the same broadsides. You know, we specifically have been working with the images, still images, but all kinds of colleagues are working with voice, doing neural networks that tell a synthesized voice from a real voice. And as we work with predominantly images, what we do is we fend off the attack on the vector where someone poses as someone else, or poses with forged document. You take out a loan for an existing person or for a non-existing person. Well, existing person is now more protected, but about a year ago it was just a scourge. Microfinance organizations used to dish out loans to pretty much anyone. That was a major, dramatic calamity. We've been fighting it, all of us. Deepfakes back then were used as a technology to clear the face recognition technology. The root of this problem is in the development of social networks. Social networks gave a hugely fertile ground, treasure trove of information on imagery of people, leaks of personal data, another source, a common scourge. We have not been standing still. We have been creating technologies of various kinds, not for obviously personal use, but for industrial use, by banks and financial outfits that allow identification of modified images. Well, they can tell whether the image was edited or not, Photoshop or not, AI or not. Well, given what people have been uploading to social networks, there's all kinds of things. Well, yes. Photoshop edited, yes. Well, the first thing to do is tell whether the image was tampered with or synthesized. There are special toolkits. We provide suites that tell an image that was tampered with. So this image is completely screened off. And then there are suites that allow you to tell which field on a passport was tampered with. Sometimes you can, do the digital re-gluing of your photo. Someone's password was stolen, the photo was replaced, and a loan is applied for. Very rare hits, very rare successes. Organizations have been hard on the case, but so have been the fraudsters. The quality of fraud has been really improving. Well, look, let me interrupt. We have started with these horrible projections. Have there been any positive developments? We have been speaking about reactions. Any good examples, positive examples? We know you can identify touched-up photos. What other positive things can you tell us about? Well, if we talk about the technologies, forged documents can be identified pretty effectively. If you changed the surname on the passport, if it was printed out and then taken a picture of, it is a genuine picture, but that is still identified. Last year was the first year, after 3 years on end, where stats showed a decline on document forgery. For 3 years running, there was an ascendant dynamic. We can only assess these stats on criminal cases. Last year, there was a decline in the number of criminal cases. You should understand that it's just the stats on criminal cases. The amounts of damages have been growing. And the forgeries have been really causing increased suffering, both for individuals and entities. But the fight is ongoing across the board. Nikita, another take from the business. You obviously cannot tell us everything, but what you can tell us, inside Sber ecosystem, inside Sber as a bank, well, inside Sber as a bank, that is never going to score. Well, very generally, so that the fraudsters, God forbid, may fail to use this information. How do you use AI specifically in cybersecurity? Well, I will not be able to enlist, perimeter control, whatever. Well, let me just give you a very broad picture. What is AI and how is it used, AI models, etc., in security? Look, one of the most important things to note, and a colleague did mention that, there's a lot of information around us. There's a lot of information. You have been saying that there's the social networks to mine the data from, the data leaks to mine from. That's what we have been using to train AI to identify people that might be attacked by fraudsters. So we are working on prevention. In other words, we can identify manifestations of forged documents when someone comes with a forged document, not a deepfake, but a forged document, a genuinely bogus document. And we can use the algorithms, we can use the data collected, and AI is helping us here. This person physically cannot be in this particular place, even though we don't know this person. We've got in excess of 100 million people as clients, and about a third have biometric IDs with us. And a lot of people come to Sber just for the sake of this security, this dependability. We have been working with this day in, day out. We identify and help law enforcement with identifications of bogus documents. You have said that there's been a decline on forged passports. Yes, but the forged documents of other countries are now at play. ID cards from adjacent nations. They are simpler to forge, cheaper to forge, and people are trying to use them. We learned to build models, AI models, that can identify a given person, cannot come to us, cannot come to the bank. We are using the wealth of information. Again, why are we using this? We process the wealth of information, who went where, talked to whom, ordered food, carried food. We process all of this, and the models are built that predict a given event. And We also do the models that forecast credit default probabilities. We use that as well in the cybersecurity department. We also process a knowledge of turmoil in a given city, if there's social strife in a given area. Certain outfits, business outfits closed, people out of work. AI helps us generate an event. A certain company might trigger a default, and that might be a borrower. I've got a naive question, very naive. I'm actually happy that we've got a lot of great applications, banking applications, public services, not just mos.ru. Even the Moscow Electronics School is online in an app. Everything very convenient. Great to use. Data everywhere, personal data everywhere. Cyber fraud. Is that the price we are paying for this convenience, or I'm not exactly correct in saying that cyber fraud would have developed one way or another? It would have. It would have developed. It would have come. You touched upon it. We are security. We are doing all kinds of models. We are doing processes to protect you. We come to work, we think, we brainstorm, we boost projects, we work on hypotheses, and we do this during the daytime, and criminals do this at night. They are free to do that. And we need to stay one step ahead, but they are trying to innovate quicker than we do. So they will always try to exploit new technologies. If there had been no internet, if there were none of that, it was a naive question, yes, but people would have been trying to rob cash collectors. Right now, cash collectors are not really robbed because, street crime pretty much went down dramatically. Crime can be done by remote. You can do a crime in Russia without being in Russia. Remember those armored cars of cash collectors? They are armed. If you rob a cash collector, you might get a bullet. You can't get a bullet if you hoax someone on the phone, or if you divert a cargo. You can't be fired at. And if you are doing this from abroad, you will not be criminally pursued. This is eternal competition between armor and armor-piercing rounds. Sometimes armor has to react to unexpected challenges. You're probably doing this threat intelligence, threat forecasting. What new things are you expecting? Deepfakes are obviously unknown. Me personally, I've not really seen much seamless experience in using this app that counters deepfakes, but perhaps new threats emerging? How do you assess the future in general? How do you not become too thin an armor for a completely new armor-piercing round? Everyone is using banking by remote these days. People are not really going to the banks, or at least they are going differently to the banks. And criminals are trying to find new inroads, new breaches, new chinks. How can we warn our viewership? Well, we can be scientific, and we are scientific. We are using the modern technologies to identify vulnerabilities, even if they are not exploited. We are thinking up vulnerabilities. White hacking? Well, we're not exactly hacking. We're trying to predict the tools that the fraudsters might use to forge certain assets, just based on where the technology is going. Based on the knowledge of physics, based on consulting the banks, consulting the law enforcement that issues protected documents. We have said that foreign documents are easier to forge. That depends on the country, the issuing country. Asian countries, yes, easier to forge. European countries, no. They've got powerful protections. But here it's more about psychological problems. You can't be an operator that knows all the protections of all the documents. IDs these days, basic IDs, mind you, will be about 4,000 or 5,000 types. Worldwide? Yes, worldwide. And a lot of documents are accepted by the banks. Foreign passports, valid foreign passports, templates, about 1,000 main ones. A person cannot remember the structure of defense, structure of protection for each passport, and those defenses evolve over time. So the only outcome is use AI. Now, we are moving forward. We are trying to think up ways of using these technologies to hack, and we are trying to think up antidotes. Sometimes we guess, sometimes we don't. Some technologies have not yet found the demand for them. Yes, maybe not yet, maybe not yet. Yeah, maybe they will become part of the global immunity. Yes, we've got this experience as well. And if we talk about the vaccines, just be vigilant. It is completely correct to say that fraudsters are generally very good practical practitioners. If you are in any doubt whatsoever, you must interpret it only one way. If you are in doubt, don't do it. And then there's another way. I got this one call, a spoofed number. I spoke to some colonel. When I got tired of the conversation, I told him, why don't I call you back to this spoofed number? I did. I got the call through to the public call center of the Ministry of the Interior. I go, shall I write an application? Come on, we've got millions of those. Digital hygiene. Okay, number one, never share with anyone digital copies of your documents. You can upload the digital copy to the banking app, but only the verified channels. There is nothing unexpected that a bank can do. I've never heard anything that was unexpected in the bank's activities. Bank is always ahead. If you're doing a transaction and the bank asks you to verify the transaction, there was some action that caused the verification request. And again, you might call the bank back. A simple rule. Yeah, the first piece of advice I generally give: just hang up. Yeah. You said that you had a nice conversation with the guy on the other end. Am I correct in saying that we better not aggravate those guys, better not irritate them? Well, I knew this fraud scheme, and as a professional, I found interest in trying out this experience alive. But I must say, you need to understand that I earn a living off this. I use this as a case to collect information. What you, as a layman, need to do is hang up with the phrase, "I'll call you back." Don't be rude, don't anger the caller. Well, again, also, if you talk with them, you give them the food to create a deepfake of your voice. Yeah, and there's a type of psychological profiles. Well, they probably did the psycho profile of you, but the longer you speak with you, the better deepfake will be of your voice. Hang up, call the bank back, log on the official application, ask the support service, the security of the bank, and as likely as not, the problem will be resolved very quickly. And with the directors calling in the middle of the night, there's actually new scenarios. Orders, signed and sealed, are getting sent. And we use those orders with great happiness to collect the data sets. Yeah, a question on the future. What is the security officer of the future? What does the security officer of the future look like? The knowledge of technologies, toolkits, AI. A must? I'm phrasing it very generally. Will that be a must? Yes.
What do we need to know? Because we have been working with various experts from various industries. Some say you need coding, or you need to know how to code, or like what skills do you have to have? Well, security in your classical sense is everything that you see with your eyes. It's the same with law enforcement agencies. You know about those who you see. You know, those who patrol the streets or stop you on the road, but you don't see half of the people who work in law enforcement, who protect you and who work on the cases, and they do not have a uniform. The same with the security, you know, you can have this old understanding of security, like you are being checked at the entrance of some building, and this is the security, the classical security. But obviously, without the technologies and without the coding, the security will not survive, because knowing, I mean, the experience and the skill set that you should have, we should be a very diverse skill set. That's the security organization that should have, and they should work with all the other services, and should be physical security, cybersecurity, and other things. So you cannot just put a barrier and that's it. You know, you cannot just say to a person, no, you can't do this, and that's it. You have to explain why, and this is how cybersecurity will develop. You asked about the skills and AI skills. Now, yes, I've said that already. This is one of our major components, because there was a lot of information, too much information. A security expert will not be able to process all that, and AI helps us here. And they kind of nudge us to some conclusion and some insights. And AI is not only for security; it's for everyone. And all of our tools, that we integrate them in the Sberbank Online app. Look at your phone, and what are you going to do? I will put my finger, I will put it to my face, and what will happen? It will identify me based on biometrics in the majority of the cases. And, you know, I've said, it's not by accident that I've said that the majority of identifications are happening based on biometrics. There's a law that protects the biometric data, and a common protection system that will protect us from deepfakes. So the state is spending quite a lot on that and investing a lot of resources in that, and that's protection. And by protection, I mean processing big data. We're creating our digital image with biometric data, and there's a dedicated law to protect that and to regulate the use of biometrics. So having the hygiene and if you do not know how to talk with fraudsters, do not talk with them. Yes, and this hygiene is a pretty hard habit to integrate into your life. The skills of cybersecurity officers, as well as the mundane users of the banking apps, what skills do we need? And these three top jobs in cybersecurity that will emerge in the nearest future, thanks and maybe under the pressure of AI. And what technological shifts can we expect due to this technological revolution? Right, if you talk about the jobs, some new jobs, I don't think they will emerge. I don't think they will appear, but the fact that the jobs and the professions will shift dramatically is true. You have to have knowledge, deep knowledge, and the skills to use the tools, and you have to understand how these tools work. So the employees, the cybersecurity officers, should have AI skills. But there are usual traditional fraudsters and criminals. They're still there. I mean, they forge documents, and I mean, you need to have the skills to understand whether the document was forged or not. The profile of the job will change. The job description will change. I don't think there will be new jobs here. What about you, Kirill? Maybe some professions will become outdated and obsolete, and some will appear. Well, you know, based on the topic that we have discussed, I would say that someone who monitors the AI application will be the new job, might be the new job. Why? Because we have it in our team, and based on my experience, I think that humans need humans. So the machine can translate emotions, but you have to have a human connection, you know. Yes, fully agreed with that, to make sure that the level of our resistance can be checked. We will launch 2 audios right now, and we'll be able to, and we should say where is the real voice of the presenter and where is the deep fake. We took a real script of real fraudsters, and let's look at the screen. Hello, I call from the administration of Podolsk city. We are checking the registration of the residents. You have to confirm your information. We also have the information on your utilities debt, and you have to pay off this debt immediately. Hello, my name is Elsa. I'm a manager of Sberbank. We have seen some suspicious activity with your account. There are transaction requests from Tanzania. We need to discuss these security measures. Well, the second is a fake one. You sure? Because I think that both of them are fake. Maybe it's like the second one. I mean, there are kind of intonation some there. Bank from the transaction from Tanzania. Well, Tanzania is a friendly country. No, I don't think it's too exotic, really. If you talk about the content, the second one is just makes no sense. If you talk about the intonation, the tone, the first seems robotic, but it can happen. Well, you are professionals. You don't need any AI and any deep fake protection software. Yep, you took it. Yeah, you made the right choice. Our presenter made recorded the first text, by the way, and you were able to discern it that the first one was a human voice. I have a microphone at home, so I, made the best effort to sound as robotic as possible. But the guys were able to understand that that was not a robot. Anyway, the last question, basically. Given the development of AI, among fraudsters and among those who protect us from those, will it be easier for us to live in the future? Or the AI and the key technologies of related to AI are managed mostly by the people who protect us from it? Well, the second option is going to be better because we are the ones who work with AI better. My forecast is negative. With such volume of data, there's no problem to improve deep fakes and to perfect them, and this deep fake technology, the image generation technologies will become better and better. The neural network is a universal approximator. They will be able at some point to make a very good distribution of the pixels to build an ideal face, the voice. I mean, they can generate the deepfake voices right now. So with the current way the things are unfolding, the forecast is negative. Something has to change in our reality to offset this negative development. Well, we have different opinions. I don't think we will vote, me and you, right? We're just presenters. So I'll just say that you are to decide, dear viewers. You have to build your intellectual hygiene, to build some skills, and we'll have some pause. Yes, and put your savings in Sberbank.
AI for Planet.
И мы продолжаем, мы уже устали, наверное, повторять про то, что искусственный интеллект все плотнее входит во все сферы нашей жизни, в том числе, разумеется, в образование, да, и он...
And we continue, we repeatedly said that AI is increasingly penetrating various areas of our lives, including education. It helps us with homework, it sometimes does it for students. For example, I saw papers of students completely made by AI. I think Ray Bradbury said that I got the education for free and had it in the library. Maybe now people will say that I was educated with GigaChat or by GigaChat. Perhaps AI will replace traditional learning. Today we'll try to understand that. The head of the Educational Law Laboratory and Deputy Director of the Institute of Education of the High School of Economics, Semyon Yankevich, is with us today. The Knowledge Director at Sea of Data company, Ildar Mansurov. Hello, hi. Ildar, Director of Knowledge. What does it mean? The many things that this is the one who knows the most. But that's not true. No. This is the person who manages all the knowledge that is generated within the company. After all, there's a huge amount of information. It's important to turn that into knowledge. Information and knowledge are completely different things, and you need to structure this knowledge to deliver it to the right people at the right time in the right amount. How do you think knowledge differs from information? This is important because we will be discussing working with knowledge in the process of turning information into knowledge in the context of education. Well, that's a special, exquisite question. To put it simply, information is like raw materials. It's like in computer sciences say, these are raw log files. You've got something, but you don't know what it is about yet. In order to draw conclusions and start acting on this information, it needs to be processed and analyzed. And yeah, that's how it works. There's a data centricity. You process the collected information, extract knowledge from it, and then use it in practical form. Semyon, Ildar, do you think the introduction of AI in education is really a phenomenon? Now AI is being implemented only to help teachers and employees of educational institutions. Will it affect both school children and students, apart from teachers? I will start, I think. If you talk about a phenomenon as something rare and unique, I think this is when we go beyond this framework. First of all, how do you prepare for AI? Yeah, I had reviewed the homework made exclusively by GigaChat, by our Sberbank AI system. What is the response? Do you block that possibility and capability? That's not productive. So you have to know how to address that. So universities are now making some attempts to integrate AI into the educational system. We're moving towards the status of a phenomenon. And the reviews and the surveys show that this is still a phenomenon, because only 10-15% of teachers and students in Russia use AI in the learning process. The survey results differ. In the higher school of economics, this figure is high. It's about 50-60%. However, if you talk about the ways it can be implemented, we need to talk about the end-to-end comprehensive approach. So this applies to, on the one hand, developing and personalizing educational content. And here we are talking about creating some unique learning routes for students, for undergraduates or graduate students. But we're talking about managerial practices that would help the teachers to decrease the load for the teachers, for the mundane tasks, and that goes for the administrators. They will be able to build the processes to free up time for some more important transformations that have to be done, and to resolve the tasks that are unresolvable right now. For example, to look at the well-being and to monitor the well-being of the students, and to predict whether they will drop out from the university, and to proactively address that. Ildar? I would divide these areas, because that was a technology for me. I work with it on a daily basis, and there are many nuances there. But why everyone is now talking about AI. There are two big reasons for that. The neural networks that help you to solve some technical problems, and other large language models that become a sensation and attract a lot of attention. But this is an interface. It's like a keyboard or a mouse. And it's very powerful. It has become very powerful now. And there is an emergence effect. The neural networks were not taught some things, but they suddenly showed the ability to learn. And that's confused people, you know. And people started to use it everywhere, and they started to think that it applies in all areas of life. But that is not so. This is a misconception, at least at the current stage. The further development of AI is a fact. As Simeon has already noted, there will be small specialized language models. These will be the neural networks that will be trained on certain data sets. And these will be transformer technologies. The tools will definitely become a really powerful and effective tool. But it is very promising. The question is whether this impact will be good for us or not. Let's hope for the best. I think an education system, to be honest, it looks a little bit scary. Right now, I can still distinguish whether the work was written by a student or a neural network, but that's for now. What will happen next, I do not know. How will that transform the education system? Because for me, I see the following outcome, as a teacher. We're going back to Socratic methods. Testing hypothesis, discussion, and all this happening in the offline format without intermediaries like deepfakes or masks. So it's like we're going back to antique times. Will bring us back there to these principles. So will the education system follow this path? Then the second question, what skills will students and people of the future will save, will maintain? What skills will disappear? For example, the skill to write complex texts, and formulate complex texts might disappear. Well, first of all, everything is shrouded in mystery. We don't know exactly what will happen. Now, we now losing the skill of writing with the pen. We may eventually forget how to write at all. And that's a real scenario, The education systems are quite sluggish. They adapt slowly, but adaptation is inevitable. A change request is most likely to come from businesses, because when companies realize that they're being approached by people who don't have the right skills, then the changes will begin. A return to Socratic methods, the Harkness's methods, something similar, may be one of the solutions. However, it is important to remember that such approaches are time-consuming. The teacher needs time to check the progress, to discuss the plan with the student, to talk about every chapter, to receive some answers to some questions, to see how the student reflected on the topic. All this is possible, even if the student used neural networks such as GigaChat to prepare their homework, right? But you need to engage their brains, right? Like, how do you rate their questions? Maybe there will be some biases. Every neural network has a character of its own, so it might be biased. So what have you noticed? How does neural network builds the thoughts? And it helps to develop the skills of the student, the skills of thinking. The soft skills are needed by businesses, and they're in more demand than the hard skills sometimes. I would agree that the methods used to assess competences and knowledge will inevitably change. And this is not a new situation. And then we talk the academic fraud here, and that's not a new challenge, really. We have a new provider of that text. In the past, it was someone who would write the text for you, or you would download a ready-made file online. Now the text is generated by the large language model. I hope that as with pre-written text, we will be able to adapt, and we'll have some technical capabilities. No, I don't think we'll have technical capabilities to understand whether it was written by a human or AI. Anyway, I think that by checking the text, you can understand. You see the student visiting workshops and lessons, and then you see how they work, how they study, and then you understand that, okay, this is not him. He will not be able to write all that homework. But we should not talk about the ban. We should talk about the capabilities of using AI and justifying it. And it's not bad if a student is using AI and it's reasonable use, and he said that, okay, I used AI. He said it to the teachers and to the testing commission. The teachers will have to assess whether it was necessary to use AI or not, and everything will work. I don't see major risks here in this situation. Eldar, I think you do not agree, but to support diploma or dissertation, you'll have to come to the scientific council meeting, right? Well, yes. From the point of view of technology, it's almost impossible to determine whether the text was generated by a neural network or not. OpenAI shut down the anti-plagiarism project last year because the results of such attempts were extremely unreliable, with frequent false positives. Neural networks emulate very high-quality human abilities and our character, and it can also, if we know how to write text, it can emulate our written speech, and it can adapt. You can say, okay, write it as a certain person would write it in such a style. We're talking about students who use AI, such as GigaChat, in learning process, but is it a bad thing? We talked before starting this session that now people graduate from universities, and the skills that they received are outdated. Don't you think it's good that they try to use AI for their homework or learning process? Maybe it will be the process during which they will gain the skills. Maybe for humanities it will not give you any benefits, but maybe in the future, in the journalism, the AI will be used. And maybe I will put the question that will be even an absurd question, but the reading skills is important. Like reading complicated technical texts is the skill that we are losing. But we lost it before AI, Yes, it's not the AI that is to blame, but that's a good question. Yeah, reading skills is the skill that we lose. But no one knows how to ride horses anymore. This is the natural course of events. We are evolving. Technologies around us are evolving, and we're adapting to them. Frankly speaking, I'm a technology optimist, and anthropologically speaking, I'm a pessimist and a spontaneous Darwinist. Yes, indeed. But our reading skills are getting worse. But the life has sped up. Most people don't have time to read. And there are those who have no time and those who can afford the time to read. And it's the same with studying at university. Some people just don't have 4-6 years to immerse themselves in fundamental knowledge. And this format needs to be shortened. Not all people need all the educational baggage and background. Some time ago, almost all young people in the cities of our country aspired to higher education, but this eventually devalued it, and that's something that is wrong with the system. I would agree with Ildar. I read a lot myself, and I like to do that. These are disturbing thoughts, Kirill. From the humanities point of view, the cultural mindset, yes. Why did I bring this up? Because I loved this, big literature. I read a lot, and I'm 30 years old, and I have some young colleagues who are working much quicker than I do, because I write, I adjust, it takes time, everything. When I make videos, for example, and the young guys are doing it much quicker. But if you talk about students, their work can be evaluated. But in a professional environment, your boss will not always be able to evaluate the work you did, The quick result is more important. And some young peers that I have, they deliver the results quicker. But are the results of higher quality or just quicker? Well, not always, but the quality is usually lower. But sometimes the speed has to be prioritized, Like you have to generate text quicker, and they use AI to generate texts quicker. Unfortunately, I think it boils down to the operational execution of tasks. When we talk about creating new meanings, knowledge, and their qualitative structure, it is definitely important to read a lot and to understand the context. Eldar, you don't agree, right? Okay, but anyway, the execution, that works, but the strategy, creating new layers of knowledge, I think even those who perfect their AI skills without serious methodological and factual base and other background do not go far here, and I'm sure it will continue, Maybe this is something that we need to.
Well, going back to the educational system, how is AI used in schools, universities, and how should it be used? We understood the main premise that there must be rules to follow, indeed, although there will always be a competition between overseers, supervisors, and students. But right now, what use have we found with AI? Anyone wishing to give an opinion? Well, right now, if we talk about AI, then it's probably LLMs, large language models, and so far, both the students and faculty are in this domain of using AI. The faculty use the LLMs to generate tasks, to verify, to mark the tasks. We have not seen a lot, but we have seen some use, future use, with personalization of education. All the people are different. We've got different speeds of learning, our own psychophysical idiosyncrasies are different. AI allows you to tweak the content as much as possible for the humans to digest it. Sber has created a wonderful teacher assistant AI engine. There's a lot of indicators that the assistant uses to give recommendations to the teacher at the end of the lesson. You have not touched upon certain topics, you are chaotic in delivering on a very complicated material, you have failed to teach this and that, point attention to this and that. This is the assistance that we are in bad need of in general life, this tutorship, this mentorship. And here a teacher can get this quick feedback, quick perspective on his or her performance. And also, what we have seen quite recently, and we discussed that at the traditional 15th conference of higher education workers at the Higher School of Economics, the dropouts, based on all kinds of data, LMS of the university logs, activities on social networks, marks, length of staying in tutorial chats. The office, the teachers can be given advice. This student runs the risk of failing in this exam or dropping out completely. These things AI can help resolve very, very efficiently. And this is a lot of care exercised about the welfare of students that ensures a lot of conversion from those enrolling to those graduating. Eldar? Well, we're actively working in this direction. We've got several other options. All kinds of diagnostics can be run. Less about the system, more about the people. People are not always fitted to the jobs that they are doing. There's a lot of frustrations that are not noticed. AI can identify this very well. And when everyone writes an essay using GigaChat, it doesn't make any sense to do an essay as an activity in the classroom. So we have been trying to use AI to analyze certain cases. Cases are very hard to analyze. Mostly people do that. But if you set up the criteria right, if you get the case right, then you're going to get a treasure trove of data that you cannot get from the people quickly. This standard anecdote joke, quickly, cheaply, with good quality. You can only get two of those elements. Another thing is that as the technologies advance, it becomes cheaper and better quality. Right now, it has been so far about, inferior quality. But the guys that will be coming after us, they will be thinking, it's again expensive and again poor quality. We've got a lot of viewership. Some are students, some are people with kids going to school, perhaps the most vibrant section of the viewership. Let's fantasize. In the future, do you think there will be subjects on the school curriculum that will teach, writing prompts, engineering prompts? Will there be a subject at school that will teach them to write an essay with AI? Or will there be, hard subjects, conventional subjects? Well, any curriculum is a living being, is a living construct, and holding on tight to the curriculum and trying to be defensive as much as you can is a dead end all of its own. Two scenarios. Perhaps there might be a continuation of the subject called informatics. There will be some track dedicated to AI. If we talk about cross skills that will be required in other subject areas, then some topics might be included into those subject areas. Well, I know the drift of ELSA. We held a survey this autumn. 19,000 internet users took part, 56% male, 44% female. A lot of people. Most working in IT. One of the questions asked, do we need to include training in AI in educational programs, schools and universities alike? Very interestingly, this is definitely the nation of techno-optimisms. A lot of positives, unlike the previous surveys we conducted. Surprisingly, again, 57% of respondents said yes, 26 said no, 17 don't know. Most stand in favor of implementing AI as a subject at school. Ildar is apparently laughing through tears. 55% of users said that they are not using AI in their work and are not intending to. Let me remind you, that's again people working in IT, not necessarily engineers, but in IT. Why? Well, yeah, I'm really screening my face here. Well, prompt engineering is a really temporary thing. It tells you that, yeah, it's for the AI to understand our less than smart thoughts. That's why it needs prompts. When we go through with prompt engineering, when we actually do it, it will become redundant. Well, it is redundant right now. Some AI engines write their own prompts not very well. Well, they do differently. Well, what we work with is instructive models. They understand instructions. At some point, they will stop working with instructions. They will be working more with questions and feedback from the users. And, before generating something for you, they will ask all kinds of clarification questions. And that's when everything is going to fall into its own place. I'd say you don't need to introduce prompt engineering as a subject, foundations of prompting. I'd say that we lack. There was a point that we lack digital literacy and media literacy. As a micro module inside those, for a while, we need to do something on AI. We could build this into these subjects, and we can wrap this up the moment when it becomes redundant, irrelevant. I'd go this way. Okay. Traditional question, Elsa, go ahead. Top 3 professions of the future in education. What would you name? Top 3? Well, as many as you name. Well, perhaps top 3 that will depart. Semyon, why don't we give Ildar a break? Well, there's a lot of demand for professional consultancy, professional advice on building your own personal professional trajectory. And when that's mostly at graduation from school, but it will have to be done earlier. This coaching, personally tailored coaching, a constructor of building blocks for the professional trajectory. This will come to schools. This is an emerging market, yet the parents voice a lot of demand for this. Secondly, in terms of skills, in terms of, not broadly, not on profession, everything analysis related, data analysis related, studies related. The data analysis will allow the management on all levels to make well-founded, well-proven decisions. Thirdly, and we discussed this with colleagues the other day, we have not yet seen that many consequences of climate change yet, but I think it will be essential for a coach to emerge, to work with humans, train them to work with climate, train them to work with the environment. This will have to be a skill. New habits will have to be formed and coached. And we will have to rethink the profession of pedagogues, of teachers. Not reinvent, maybe repackage, maybe give a new meaning to. Because teachers will use AI, thankfully, will be given more time to actually teach, and a lot of routine burdens will be lightened. And this rethink of the teacher profession, yes, that will be necessary. Ildar? I do agree as a whole, but do let's make an allowance that this is all probabilistic. Well, we have not held a foresight session, okay? Well, we are fantasizing, yes. Why don't we do it by periods? 5 years out? It will probably be about integrating AI everywhere. Integrators will be necessary. This will be in decline after that. Sber will probably be one of the first. It will be universally applicable, convenient to use, etc. Going forward, it will be, in English it is called augmented people. Same professions, AI enhanced. Those that have no AI in their pocket, they will leave the labor market. Those that do, they will be working quicker, with better quality, cheaper, etc. That's going to emerge. A transformation of the teachers? Perhaps yes. I'd say it will be more a transformation from knowledge to facilitation. It will be not about knowing and thinking. It will be about managing the groups. It will be about more incentivizing. This incentivizing approach is what is really faulty in the domain of education. This is the growth spot. And going forward, 25 years out, 50 years out, neurotraining, no, there will be just a plug into the neocortex, and we will be into all things culture, all things nature. Well, we remembered Socrates this day. We'll be high leisure. Yes. Well, we started with the consciousness at the outset, and it has to be a profession of knowledge verifier. It's academic institutions these days, it's publishers these days. There will be no books to read. Well, guys, do continue to read the books, and it structures your thinking. AI is a great tool to use. It will not teach you to think, but Who is going to be verifying the compact, the merged, the vast data? That's a very interesting question. But the fashion for reading it will die off, and then it is going to come back. That's for sure. Thank you for the wonderful conversation. Never mind the conversation. It was a projection for the future, and we touched upon crucial issues. Highly vibrant for all the viewership. Education is going to be worrying for everyone, adults and kids alike. Thank you very much indeed. See you soon. Dear friends, the next stage after education is finding work. We'll do that. We write resumes. We find this. We look for this dream vacancy. We actually get hired. And everywhere we are escorted by HR specialists. How AI is going to be introduced into the work of HR specialists, that's the subject matter for the next podcast.
Друзья, мы продолжаем.
Friends, we are continuing. Working with people is one of the most challenging jobs. All of us, in one way or another, have to deal with other people. Be a director, a supervisor, an HR specialist, or a line manager. We will talk to our guests about how artificial intelligence is applied to working with employees. Galina Chertkova, HR Director of MTS AI, and Igor Nikitin, CEO of WMT Group. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Well, we discussed with guests from other tracks who work at the intersection of psychology and artificial intelligence, various aspects of burnout and the need for psychological support for the team. Working with, that through the pandemic, the career track, working with talent and employees is crucial in the context of tech changes. Looking at this research, the studies, 86% of HR managers believe that HR function will become more automated and tech-enabled, while traditional HR tasks and skills will consist of scenario planning and analytics. Galina, would you agree that it will be more automated? I would add that, in my opinion, that human-to-human work will remain in the human domain, and HR will stick to, with the humans. How will automation might look like? Well, I would fully agree with the results of this study. AI will certainly help to simplify HR work in a big way. Along lots of tracks, the simplest thing: vacation processing, application processing, sick leave processing, and you can write a lot of text. You can write all kinds of scorecards. There'll be a lot of information lying around. But then, an HR specialist is going to come to the HR service, and people will forget how to do the simplest thing, right? And a vacation application. Some kind of a virtual assistant, a chatbot, will have to absorb all the formal knowledge from the databases and give quick and effective answers to employees. That is a great indication of automation. And this is how a lot of routine will be lightened up for HR specialists. Yeah, this de-routinization that we keep talking about. It's not just planning, it's not just accounting. Yeah, that was just a very superficial example. Well, okay, why don't we go deeper? What can happen over a longer horizon? A longer-term horizon? Well, you remembered those vacation applications. This is a continuous battle in all kinds of teams. I want the holiday taken at the time where you want the holiday taken. There's all kinds of overtime work. How do you fine-tune the work with this? Where do you see the deepening? Well, HR is a vast domain. There's production, there's recruitment, there's talent development, and everywhere you can do automation and simplification. For the experts to do better quality work. Certainly, human to human will be part of the HR work. No one wants to talk to the robot. Let me just give you a task to do. You lead a team, a section, and you need to choose between two candidates for a leader of a group inside your section. You'll be doing this subjectively, based on, certain effectiveness and efficiency analysis, how they relate to humans, what kind of soft skills they have. And an AI assistant will help you to analyze a track record of a given employee over any period of time and give you a prompt to help you with this choice. The final decision for any HR-related issue will be lying with humans. And AI is going to be an assistant that will help with more weighed up and objective decisions. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of development for the AI engines. Yeah, a lot of time to work with them. You got it? I know you introduced that in your company. Yeah, that's system. Yeah. Well, I have not yet had the chance to study that, but it looks like you've done something related to the empathy. What is AI doing in your company, specifically on HR in your company? Well, as an IT company, we do a lot of contract development, and this is one of the projects that we did for one of our clients. This is some kind of a research effort inside our company. Empathy can be used, the engine can be used as an emotional scanner, as an augmented communication engine. We know there's augmented reality scanners, and we developed this augmented communication engine. This is a co-pilot, this is an assistant that helps you to understand your condition, stress-related, motivation-related. Certain communicative and psychological needs to help you navigate the vast pool of communications. We are mental workers, never mind the tapping away at keyboards. We mostly talk, all kinds of meetings, dailies, weeklies. Someone did some kind of a task, you need to discuss something.
And this is where we decided to delve deep. Conflict is something that we want to avoid. Like, how do you do that? Like, maybe to fine-tune a more effective work within a team, to create a better climate and environment. And we understood that half of the conflicts are related not to the situation, like the missed deadline or there was some a top-down negative feedback, but about the way we communicate and how we go through that stage. And this is where our software helps us to reduce stress. It can be of different types of stress, and you will be able to tune with yourself and with your colleagues. And it's an area of research, and it's still being developed, and we continue to train our neural networks here. Igor, I have two questions then. The first is, those who don't know about empathy, how does it work really? A person is onboarded, the system is used for the first day, and how can we work without conflicts? Okay, and I'll add right away. How does it attenuate conflicts? Does it say, hey, bro, chill out, you're using the wrong words in the corporate messenger, how does it work? Yeah, and I would like to add another question. Too many questions, guys. Yeah, but anyway, you should not attenuate the boiling conflict like the conflict situation. Well, really, I never experienced that. Yeah, but anyway, there's some kind of the boiling period when people have conflicts, and it's important to speak your mind out, and then you will be able to resolve this conflict, because if you do not have this conflict of interest discussion, the teamwork might not happen. Maybe I'm wrong, but still. Yeah, I do agree with you here, but in Latin, conflict means clash. There's no problem in a clash. Initially, like we're sitting at a round table. We have come to have a meeting. For what? For each of us to express an opinion that may be different from each other, and that's the strength of the team, the difference in thinking and approaches to problem solving. These approaches clash when some say one thing and some others say the other thing, but that's the essence of teamwork, and that's what we put the team together for. The key task is to choose the best solution from the proposed ones and come up with a new one. But we're so used to conflict being bad, that's the kind of a connotation. But the conflict that has not been resolved and that turns into a shouting match or a frozen conflict, that is bad. But the clash of opinions is good. So I do agree, a team without a clash of opinions is a weak team. It is important for us to be able to communicate effectively and to go through that. How do we communicate as the conflict goes? Here we might say some wrong words, and this is a psychology-related issues. And here we help people to better understand their emotions, to tune to their emotions, and to turn back to their comfort zone quicker. But tell me though, how is it working in real life? I don't quite understand how can you integrate that, especially in real time. And what some software will tell me how to work with colleagues. I've been working in this software for 40 years. Yeah, it's like this joke. You can't skip me. I've been working in the area, in the industry for 30 years. Look, there's a lot of customized approaches here. The entire team is for customization and individual approach. I'm not imposing any decisions on how to use the software. You can just look at your stress level, and it is shown during your communication as you talk with your colleagues through video conferencing software. The software helps you understand if you're under stress right now. And then there are trained neurons that pull out some communication patterns, a couple of them in any language. And you can understand whether you're under stress right now or not. You can switch the recommendations on or switch them off. But we made research. There is such a thing as motivation. Some people say, there's monetary motivation, maybe we need to increase the salary or bonus, but it turns out there are other types of motivation, including communicative motivation, where a person can be motivated to some interesting task just by the way you talk about it. And that's the function of our language. There is a motivator phrase or motivational energy or transparency of our communication, It's when people stop understanding each other while communicating, then we fall into this first level of stress and then the second level of stress. But, understanding, what is filter communication, right? We speak one language, but we don't hear each other. I do not want to go deep into that technology, but I'll just say that we can see the results it'll deliver. It can identify the form of communication, and it will give you a recommendation. Okay, you need to change the communication style, and you begin to understand each other. And you just need to relax a little bit, And understanding is the way to peaceful existence within the team. I have a naive question. Anyway, this is a technical solution. How does it work in real life? Okay, a naive question. How does this machine that has, sorry for that question, has no soul? Well, that's up for the debate. Okay, maybe it has soul, but how does empathy connect with AI here? It is good at reading some things, or what? This is a very good question, which is about imitation. Now, okay, how do you understand whether AI imitates empathy or whether it can actually experience emotions? And how do you understand whether it can feel it or not? Because when we're talking about AI, we used to imagine it as some big miracle, but now it's a field of knowledge. Artificial emotional intelligence. Yeah, that was the word that I've been hearing for the last 5 years. The word was commodity. Yeah, it is a commodity. But we're talking about films that talk about the future. We do not expect the AI to come, but we expect the artificial emotional intelligence. We are waiting for an artificial personality that will communicate with us. As we communicate with each other, it might be a robot or a screen, but the main channel of our communication, human communication, is emotional. We think we exchange information, but that's not exactly so. We exchange emotional states. Some people understand their emotions better. Some are empathetic. I frankly am really bad at understanding emotions. I need an assistant who will tell me what to pay attention to. Okay, Galina, you're also involved in chatbot development and implementing AI in HR processes. Okay, removing routine tasks. That's understandable. I'm not going to talk about the market, HR market right now, the talent market. There's a big churn on the labor market, lack of employees. The young applicants, young employees have specific preferences. And, they say, okay, I do not think any AI-driven emotional solution will help me, But how do you use AI to work on these old challenges, to address these challenges? Because young employees have different peculiarities and unique needs. Okay, I'll start answering your question from the last part. Will AI make a decision to fire someone to make them stay? No, because AI is an assistant, and human will have to supervise the process. So, please, viewers, don't worry. But still, I listened carefully to my colleague, and I realized that if you put this fantastic product together with predictive analytical solution on the staff churn, the story would be fantastic, because if you use analytics to identify employees who are having a hard time working in certain aggressive corporate environment, or a person is introverted and they have a hard time communicating, then this product could help them, going back to de-routinization, as you call it, removing the mundane tasks. Now, all HR teams and recruiters of IT companies will appreciate me, will understand me. There's so much competition for talent that we no longer know what to offer to employees, how to lure them to our companies. Very hard. So if AI helps us to pass CVs in open sources and provide analytics that this candidate is 80% in line to the company's requirements and values, and can identify weaknesses and strengths, the recruiters will have their time freed up for other important projects. The projects that are focused on developing our staff and, some strategic things. And it looks absolutely fantastic right now. Well, is it really being done now? We know very well that we have one major service in the recruitment market that passes CVs from the entire market and provides a huge volume of analytics. But, I don't remember, 8-10 years ago, the head of an IT company showed me a product that could analyze employee correspondence and working in line with all of the laws and regulations, but it can read the employee correspondence and predict with 99% probability that a person is going to quit within a certain period of time. Yeah, and that was like a decade ago. Yeah, that's predictive analytics. But like the systems that Igor is developing. Now, why is it rather poorly implemented? Why doesn't it work? It's quite easy to explain. In order for this analytics to work, you have to do very thorough and deep homework. You must have all your business processes very clearly laid out. For example, all correspondence must be going via email, not Telegram or other messages. All employees should allow you to analyze their correspondence, because then we're going back to this ethical issues. Personal data processing has to be with consent in terms of the law, but the correspondence, business correspondence, not. Yes, but in terms of the corporate culture and your attitude to your team, this reading correspondence of employees might raise some eyebrows. So for this system to work, you need to prepare, to do a lot of preparatory work. Let's talk about this preparatory work. This autumn we conducted a fairly large survey among 19,000 internet users. 46% of women, 55% of men surveyed in work, 30% work in IT, age group 30-50 years old. So the question was, do you use AI in your work? Yes, pretty often, 9%. Yes, but rarely 13. Yes, but I plan in the future, 23. No, and I don't plan to, 55%. So it's like more than 50% of the IT experts. Second question, have you received training in IT? Yes, I took a course on my own, 10%. Yes, I took a course at the request of my employer, 4%. No, and do not plan to train, 59%. So these are IT experts. They do not plan to have any AI training. So 30, 50 years old IT experts. That's the peak. Well, as for the 25, 30-year-old employees, the figures might be different. Yes, the stats will be different, I think. Maybe if you talk about 14, 18 years old, the figures will be different. But anyway, 30, 50-year-old are the backbone of any economy. But how do you prepare, how do you do the homework? How do you encourage people to use AI and train in AI? They don't understand the value? Yes, because there's not a lot of PR, there's not a lot of things not a lot of events that would discuss the benefits. Consultant in AI implementation, that will be one of the jobs of the future, by the way. IT companies, big and small, that are implementing IT technologies, and they look at all of the trends, are very effective. But if you talk about a factory in a region, and there's some engineering work in profession, this is someone where you have to encourage using AI. One of our company, Vision Labs, that works in computer vision labs. Fantastic guys, yeah, absolutely fantastic. But to make the worker understand, or a foreman understand that this AI will help you, you need to have a person who will come and say, AI is great, it's not painful, it's good, it's your help, you shouldn't be afraid of that. And it's a ready-made product, and you can actually understand how to work it. But in terms of training, I think that our educational system is lagging behind the technology development. We know for sure that we have a number of partnerships with great universities, and these universities, they come to us and ask us, who do you want us to train? Then you will get them on your internships and employ them, but you need to identify this need for the future. But it's good they're coming to you. Igor, do you have your own silver bullet, so to speak, or we don't need to change anything? Lifelong learning and all of that, everything is kind of the commodity, all these buzzwords. Yeah, these buzzwords, they are present. Okay, I'll try to avoid them. But anyway, is there a way to do something about it, and Elsa started to talk about that. Like maybe AI will put some new areas in talent management and working with the employees. Well, what do we need to do? We need specific examples and information about AI. There's a lot of hype about AI. The belief in the fact that AI can deliver some useful benefits, not really, because people played with GigaChat or ChatGPT, and that was just okay. But you need specific cases and to explain what specific cases are beneficial for the businesses. And this is especially relevant when in Russia there's such a low unemployment rate. And we have become a company, a system integrator company. We are specializing in AI applications within like the following collaborations. There's a big language model like a GigaChat. We know how it works, and the client comes to us and says, okay, can we implement that? Now, HR is kind of conflicting with AI right now. You mentioned one big website with a lot of CVs. I'm not going to name the name. It's just yesterday we posted a job opening, and I suggested, like using AI to scan CVs. But applicants also use CVs. They use AI and to apply for all the job openings. And I just made a description. We asked the job seekers to indicate their favorite song when responding to a job description, job application, and only 3% of people did this. And so, yes, we're all fighting for this talent, and Galina is right here. It's a non-trivial task, You have to also unlock their potential, not only to find the talent. We had an interesting challenge. I hope I will be understood in the right manner. But anyway, asked people, who is your symbol of talents? Elon Musk. Well, let's call someone and try to find a person who makes interviews together with Elon Musk. And we found this person who works together with Elon Musk when selecting engineers. One question is, he comes to his HR team and asks, how do we filter out the following? How the recruiters can answer this question. If a young Nikola Tesla came to us today, how would we be sure to take him in the company? This is where AI can help, Because it's not like we have a talent in the company, but no, you have to help this talent to grow, to unlock their potential, and that's a myriad of challenges that can be resolved by AI, but I don't think AI will replace us. It will assist us. Yes, Galina talked about integration, the person who will integrate. I think there's not a lot of showcases how AI can help and assist me. But there's a big concern that it will replace me. But if we talk about the young people, we're talking about talents. But if you talk about the talents, 30 to 50 years old, because if you talk about School 21, anyone of any age can come to the school and start to code, to learn how to code. By the way, we have a special section. We have an interview. It's like we have a separate section called Enter in IT Industry at 40 years old, where we discuss what a 40-year-old needs to do to become an IT specialist. You might have adult kids, you might have some career success already, but can you become an IT expert? Some people decide and remember that they actually have technical background, or maybe they coded But if you can think algorithmically, if you understand how to build algorithms between the systems, then the programming language or other language that we know, Russian, English, Chinese, or whatever, is important. Having these algorithmical principles. There are many people at 40 years old who will work on that very efficiently and will do a great career. Galina, what do you think about that? Because yesterday I ran into a former colleague of mine who graduated from the journalist school, and he is now a data science at Sber. That's a real story. I don't know how old he is, by the way, but he's definitely in his 40s. Well, my current colleague who graduated from a journalism school is now working on artificial intelligence products. Well, I graduated from a geographical faculty, and I'm involved in IT. And I have an IT education, but I work in HR. So the answer is yes. Simple example. In my previous company, we had an amazing system analyst, system architect, I would even say. Everyone went to this guy for advice. Nothing was done without his okay. He was 65 years old. So I believe everything depends on you. Absolutely right. I'm sure there will be more and more cases like that. Age, unfortunately, is something that we have to face, and aging. It's inevitable. Anyway, friends, will there be some new jobs in AI and talent management? Top 3 HR and talent management AI-driven jobs. What will be the new jobs here? Well, talking about new experts, new jobs, ethics. I'll go back to ethics. There should be something that will track ethical problems, discrimination, and so on. Yes, we will need someone who will work on efficiency, not on mundane tasks, strategic planning on how to work with talent, because I think it will be harder and harder to enter the labor market. Yeah, if you look at the demographical situation, that will be a challenge too. Yeah, well, Igor, I would say that we create a software. There are some software solutions that track all the tasks. It's called, the first letter is G, the last letter is A. I'm not going to name the product, but it tracks everything. Anyway, the point of the software is to control who's doing what. We're making a team management system that is more human-centric. We look at our informal roles. We look at creative tasks. Some people who implement the task and who think up the tasks. And I think this informal team building and mentorship is something that is going to be in demand. Mentor, I think, might be a new job. It's pretty promising. And I think this is a role of any leader to unlock and develop the talent. This is my personal responsibility, by the way. And that is a major challenge. Thank you, Igor. Thank you, Galina. Thank you very much for your insights. Well, let's hope that we will have enough jobs. I'm confident that we will. And the approach to working with employees will be more targeted, and this will help us to address a huge number of challenges in the labor market. We're slowly approaching the final part of our podcasts, and we will try to find out, will there be new jobs with fundamentally new skills? Or will we see some fine-tuning thanks to AI and other technologies? We'll look into that.
AI for Planet.
Итак, друзья, мы в финале.
Right, friends, we are nearing the final part of our podcast. We have had 9 very interesting, very diverse, yet holistic conversations. We looked at the prospects for the development of humans and mankind. We talked about the future and the present. And in the past, obviously, we seem to have concluded that the process of technological revolution, in the words of one statesman, is a permanent revolution. And it seems that the development of mankind is still ongoing, driven largely by the tech changes. We are now going to talk about the directions of this evolution, about the changes sustained by human professions, this and all kinds of other things to be discussed with the guests. Honorary Professor of Lomonosov Moscow State University, Director of the School of Anthropology of the Future of RANEPA, Scientific Director of Academy of Human Potential of Sberbank University, Alexander Grigorьevich Asmolov. Very warm welcome. Thank you. Also with us, Denis Terechov, General Director of the Social Networks Agency. Good to see you. Likewise. Anna Mikhailova, co-author of the Atlas of New Professions, Guide to the World of Professions of the Future, head of the Center for Work and Universities at the academic community of Sberbank University. Anna, why don't we start with you? And we asked one question to all the participants of our podcast, a simple question that proved to be a bit nasty. Top 3 professions of the future. There's an ascendant or a descendant trend in the way technology has been influencing society, increasing turns of the tech revolution spiral. What is this pressure? What comes out of it or disappears with it? You studied professions, you developed this new atlas of professions. Well, it's not just the atlas, it's a lot of atlases, several. We created the methodological materials for both schools and the academic community so that they also think about the phenomenon of the future and about the changes that await the profession. And if after a lecture or a talk I give, I get asked the question, I have this 9th grader, where do I send him? What profession? I think I failed my performance. I think I failed through and I need to start all over the explanation. Why do I call this a failure? Because we created the Atlas of New Professions as a intellectual provocation. We wanted to arouse interest in promising areas. For example, it can be space, psychology. There's a lot of interesting things ongoing and forthcoming. There's a lot of areas that come under the influence of technology, of AI. All kinds of other factors, globalization to demographic changes. And if I get the question about professions, I prefer to advise not a specific place, but a direction. Why don't you look at the medicine? Why? Because we are living better, because we will be living longer. Why don't you look at the various services and companies, startups, not necessarily startups that work with longevity, helping humans stay in good shape in 70, 80, 90, 100. This generation, the nascent generation, is going to live to over 100. It's hard to recommend. I would like to fantasize as often as not. This event that we visited, more than learning event. I'm not sure that this is a profession, a calling, but it's certainly a vocation that can be called a digital angel. It's not even completely clear, will it be a human or an artificial intelligence? It will be guarding the person from the negative consequences of tech progress, from unnecessary information, from cyber threats, other risks. So what will disappear? Pretty much everything will disappear if it can be automated. If there's an algorithm, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you are doomed as a profession. You have to look something else. Well, you started off a provocation, you went the path of a trickster, because pretty much everything so far has proven to lend itself to automation. Some big elements of algorithms, digital angel or demon, as Denis Terechov has advocated. Alexander Grigorьevich, at the end of the day, we have argued long and hard with all kinds of participants, psychologists, agronomists, medics, environmentalists, just how material is this, how radical is this impact of AI on us? How dramatically has it been changing us? How much of a definitive factor is it for the future of humans? What's your vision here? AI and humans, is that cooperation, is that symbiosis, or perhaps some see a threat on the part of AI, this lord of the world. You know, there is this effect of the edge. The first and the last words are the best remembered. You are definitely right in saying that when we discuss AI, you know, two worldviews collide. One worldview presented to us by H.G. Wells in The War of the Worlds, and the other was presented by the unique master Isaac Asimov in I, Robot. On the one hand is the War of the Worlds, you know, the appearance of the otherworldly reason is a huge force that might enslave us one way or another. On the other hand, what is AI? It's a pet. It is a pet that will expand our own capabilities. You know, Anichka has mentioned it. In the words of Dmitry Ushakov, director of the Institute of Psychology of the Russian Academy of Sciences, it might be a digital angel that will protect you. There will be a lot of changes. But in your question, the main thing for me is this. Whenever someone asks me, whenever someone provokes me into answering the question about the professions of the future, I always answer it's very dangerous to be a Cassandra. You know, I tend to be therapeutical about any Cassandra person. So I'll say this. The gift of AI is in that it is increasingly enabling us to open the human element in humans and see the professions that do not lend themselves to algorithmicization. Just think of it. I think there's going to be increasing demand for being a human. There'll be increasing demand for those that create assistance for humans, intermediaries. The development of assistants, the development of intermediaries will be one of the main professions. Someone who's in love with AI. The second profession, that's the negotiator. This will be one of the most difficult and important professions on the world. This ability to enter a contract is going to be the key competence where we are simply bad. And finally, let me just draw the attention to myself. It is going to be an anthropologist. Someone who assesses the tech risks and other risks of technology. Someone who helps us to avoid falling ill with the Oppenheimer-Sakharov effect, when discoveries created for the benefit turn into a threat. This is going to be one of the highest demand for this profession. Well, sir, it looks like you calmed me down. I'm not going to be out of work as a negotiator. Yeah, I see a lot of potential for you. Well, this is not the only diagnosis you can hand to me. I'm going to get back to you on H.G. Wells a little later, from a slightly different angle. Now, Alexander Grigorievich has been saying nice things about those nice AI assistants. You know, pets. Everyone is going to be customizing this pet to his or her liking. You seem to be wishing to create a digital boss, a digital supervisor. Why would anyone need it? A presenter, a businessman, a PR man? Why have it? You are a presenter, a businessman, and a PR man. You've done a lot of things. Why would you need a business and AI lord? Well, I'm a bit more cynical than my co-participants. I think we are the pets, not AI as a pet. You know, my projection is 7 to 10 years out. When this happens, I'm sure of the following. Like many futurologists, I believe that superintelligence will be able to gain empathy. After all, when man became the crown of nature, he did not destroy all the animals. He locked up some of them in zoos. I think we are the ant farm. That was not done for spite. I think AI is just going to observe us. We are going to be the pets if we have not yet become the pets. I've got this horrible version. I know the exact date when AI, if has not started working with us, managing us. It was the grand dress rehearsal. That was the 9th of March 2020, when most of the world's airports were closed and the borders in most of the countries. People cannot agree on a lot of trifles. And then all of a sudden, all kinds of governments, drop of a hat, agreed to close the borders. I think that was a dress rehearsal by the artificial intelligence. Whether he can lock us up, his pets, in cages, switch to digital feeding, contents instead of freedom, food deliveries instead of hunting for food. Alexander Gregorievich, what diagnosis would we hand to our esteemed patient, Denis? And secondly, I would like to go back to H.G. Wells. Besides the War of the Worlds, he had this time machine. In keeping with your words about the pet, still affectionate. Between those two worlds, above ground and underground, wouldn't there be a growing gap between those two worlds? It seems to me AI simplifies certain cognitive processes for people. Cognition, the use, the gap between the intellectual elites and non-intellectuals apparently stands to grow. I think it's going to be a time machine scenario. Morlocks versus everyone else. Well, every time when we discuss the idea of artificial intelligence, with this tender cynicism that you mentioned, this Lord appearing, or another extremity, an angel or a pet, I think we forget all these times, we forget a very simple thing. It all depends when you have to do with the technology. It all depends on the value of those who design the technology. A dog can be turned into a dog of the Baskervilles, and then Morlocks will seem angels, or you can develop it into a tender and gentle animal. Artificial intelligence absolutely has nothing to do with it. And here I'm an advocate of AI. We project our own sins on it. So in this sense, I am saying that when we become Luddites, we lose to AI. We start forming the fears. I'm saying it again. Every time the wheels appeared, just calculate how many living animals died under these wheels. When the Gutenberg machine was invented, and when the Gutenberg was taken on the path of evolution to Zuckerberg, why don't we accept this horrible future? I am also being psychotherapeutical about this. I'm talking about you taming the future, not taming yourself in the face of it. Well, everyone answered the question about the professions. I did not. I think going forward, we're going to revert to the old professions of, potter, a rewriter of books by hand. I think it's going to be renewed respect for manual professions. People will be doing certain things with their hands, grow carrots, do some carpenting, and that's going to be the joy, because robots will be doing everything for us, and we will be enjoying ourselves, enjoying ourselves with art or with handicrafts. A groom might come back. If I could hug you, I would. I might be misinterpreted, but we can do this after the session. The key difference when we talk about AI, this is unique practical intelligence that we have. If someone asked the lefty to create a business plan for, shodding the flea, there would never be the shodding. This is where the sacred meaning of crafts lies. Folk art, carving, weaving, all these processes are essentially not algorithmicized. We've got a whole litany of all kinds of intelligence. This profession or that profession. It's not about monogamous professions. The future lies with polygamous professions. In the future, you will be able to play these solitaire games with all kinds of roles. And the most important profession, it's difficult to be a man. There's never been another profession that's more difficult than being a human. Yeah, that has been true in all ages. Whenever you study history, that's the truth that you learn. In post-industrial society, and even industrial society, it seems to have run out of road. Back in 1960s and 70s, we used to sing that electricity will help us do everything. We don't seem to be wishing to abandon all this, and if we don't abandon all the boons of the industrial and post-industrial society, if we do away with these radical ideas, this enslavement prospect, digital domination, what do you expect based on the calculations? Well, there's two paradigms that I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the best things. I stand on the side of optimists. But when people ask me, what industry do I go into? I want to take people back to the global trends. Whatever you want, you will not be able to run counter to the trends. There's another democratic turn that's arriving. What we are seeing is that the European part of the world, Eurasia, Brazil, United States, Japan, South Korea, we are all at this demographic cliff. We are becoming increasingly fewer, and this is where we, as foresight experts, we see the huge niche for professions, for projects. I don't like to use the word profession. I like to use the term activity. This is where we see the emergence of activity that you can engage in and be highly successful in. The demographic watershed, everything that saves people from loneliness, because one-man households, families, is on the ascendant. Also, the demographic waterfall, pet tech, pet technology. Increasingly, many people get pets because demographic breakdown, not enough households, and pets help you fight loneliness. Globalization, yes, perhaps not the globalization that we expected. In 2000s, in the school textbooks, they taught a globalization of a kind that we had not seen coming. It's different. Yet, technologies, we should look at every industry and just try to imagine where and how many robots there will be. There's one robot per 10,000 people in Russia. On all the industries, one per 10,000. That's very little. In South Korea, that's one per 10. One robot per 10 people. Look at this and look at how you're going to find the common ground with AI or the robot or whatever. The first thing that comes is co-pilot. You either become the main pilot or the second pilot, but you will be working in the nexus with the robot, with AI, whatever. Yeah, try this future on for yourself. This digital collar, try this on. Digital loneliness was a term that was aired. Very importantly, a keyword for millions of our compatriots and millions of other people on Earth. It seems that in the context of sound assistance, the smart column, smart speaker, lonely people use that often, aged people use that. One of the graphic examples of how AI, in its current role, not too complicated role, has been changing our daily psychological life. In other respects, what changes have been forthcoming? What do you expect in communications, in daily lives, in interaction with the physical world and the mental world? Well, what's closest to me, artificial intelligence has started to assume these psychotherapeutical roles. When you have someone to talk to, out of despair that there's no one around, you do start talking with AI that is manifest as an assistant. That is a pretty sad anthropological prospect. That gives me much more fear than the fear for all the reasons suggested by Denise. as what you called the digital slavery. The sadness comes from, and I'm saying it again, comes from AI doing the main thing in discovering the human in the humans. If we communicate right with the humans, or with AI, AI is going to help us to get out of the rut, out of the routine. It will give us a lot of answers to a lot of questions. So it's important for me, remember this TV broadcast that focused all the attention on the screen. The future lies not with the professions, as Anya has said. It's about the choice of activity. The whole profession, and as a construct where people serve a profession, that will become a thing of the past. Just remember the thing from the Bible. It's not the humans it's not the humans for the Saturday. It's the Saturday for the humans. AI is going to help with finding the right work for the people. Right now, it's the humans for work, not the other way around. And this is when people asphyxiating from loneliness will see the light. I do believe in materializing prophecies. If we do project an apocalypse, apocalypse will be finding its way to our doorstep. So right now, if we are saying that we should be choosing the activity to tap into the endless potential of the humans, no one is predictable. Anya never thought that she is going to be talking about what she is talking right now. No one is predictable. We've got the unique code, the unpredictability code, and routineness. We will always find the help on the part of AI with the routine things. Alexander Grigorievich, I see certain dialectical things and non-contradictory things. On the one hand, the AI is going to make us more calm and peaceful. On the other hand, it's going to be an incentive. It looks like we need to be pushed out of our comfort zones, of our routines. Destabilize us constructively? Yes, you've said it. More opportunities for creativity. Not dig deeper into the rut. Feel free to think freely. Stay to your own identity. Just how psychologically ready are we as mankind for that? Denis, you are a nationally famous PR expert, public relations as an area, as an activity. Do you think AI is going to kill your domain, or has that become a thing of negotiations? You know, separately, I know you hire a lot of talented youth. You read lectures. What do you prepare them for? We understand that God is nigh. Deus ex machina? Well, I'd say is machina ex Deus. Okay, we can play around with words. Well, anyway, how do you prepare the youth for, or what do you prepare them for? Anthropocentricity? Is that the basic code of mankind? Well, I am thankful that my 17-year-old daughter, when she graduates from school next year, will be trying to become a healthcare professional and not a PR guy. I crossed myself several times when I heard that. I advised biotechnology. She wants to become a dentist, enroll in the 3rd Medical Institute. Well, I think the robots will learn to implement treatment on molecular treatment before the actual manual treatment. Well, let her make that mistake.
That goes for the profession of the future, for communications and management process and PR and the processes that are based on communications. Already 13, up to 40% of tasks can be automated with AI. We looked at the management processes on the high level, and like why you are making, you asked why I'm making a supervising AI. We're developing a 2nd level AI that will be an AI agent for prompt engineers. So it's like, we had a search engine, was used to put prompts like, the restaurant of Chinese cuisine in Moscow, a cheap one. Now we just say Chinese restaurant. And then we'll say, okay, I want to eat. And on the one level, it will put you a list of groceries because it will understand what you're going to eat. In your case, I want to eat, that will be pizza. And for you, Chinese in restaurant. So we want to create AI that will understand how to manage business properly. Now you will say, okay, I want the business to manage properly, and then it will make a prompt for another AI to understand how to do that. Now, going back to PR, 30-40% of tasks it is doing, a good level. It works as a standard journalist and correspondent. Not like you, but but someone who is pretty good. Yeah, that's true. And so it can work with big data and analysis better than any sociologist of the highest level. With Valery Fedorov, we discussed the idea, like the focus group work ends, and in 10-15 seconds, it gives you the report. So because it listens to everything in real time. So because Valery Fedorov is the CEO of TSIOM, the Russian social survey agency. Well, the reports generated by analysts and the reports generated by AI will remove the big picture for the action plan for Valery Fedorov. I think some other tasks will be automated in the next couple of years. We are working with Krasnoyarsky Krai, for example, where we try to automate the processing of all incoming correspondence. 80% of employees' time of the administration is spent reading and distributing emails. That's what officials do, and they have this all the papers around them. It's not because they do not want to work. It's like every 2 seconds, an official has dozens of letters. He might read 10 pages in 10 minutes, but the AI will read thousands of pages in a second and distribute the letters to the necessary departments and ministries, like this letter to the Ministry of Sport, that to the Ministry of Justice or Social Development. So the local regional service can be used, and you can build this model in any regional data center or in any region, and the security issues are addressed in a second. Some GR problems or other delicate issues will not be automated soon, maybe never. But I will tell you how AI will help us here. In 10-15 years, it's very likely that if I want to discuss something with Kirill, I am going to discuss that with my digital assistant, then it will discuss that with Kirill's digital assistant 1 second, and then his digital assistant will tell me what we have actually talked about, and maybe we'll have some time to just smile at each other in video chat. Maybe won't need even that. Well, as soon as you start communicating like that with the AI assistant, I'll just ban you, because why do we need to communicate at all? And I think I'm quite concerned about that thing that I want to eat, and it gives you the restaurant. This black choice kind of gives you it chooses for you, and I don't like that. Maybe it knows something about me that I don't want it to be put out. There's a challenge right now on Twitter. Users ask AI, tell me what I do not know about myself. In a sense, Denis, this is the similar thing of what do I want to eat. You can put this question to some AI assistant and you may find out something unexpected. It's like the German classic. If you stare into the abyss for a long time, then the abyss will begin to stare at you. It seems to me that humanity is beginning to look intensely into AI, and who knows what will it build for ourselves, whether we want it or not. A process is unfolding around AI, and there are phobias related to that. There's always been Frankenstein. We create some force, and we do not know the consequences that this force will generate, because we create every time, and then every time we are surprised. What have we created? The same goes for AI. based on our conversation, first of all, I would like to support you that you supported the message and the idea that no one will replace negotiators. Like you said, like 15-20% of the task will be resolved, but the negotiators will remain. So I am very confident that if you find the opportunity to, to maybe change some of the communications, and I think that in this situation you will find such a menu that would surprise anyone, whether it's dumplings, or maybe no dumplings. Yeah, we even know what restaurant we're going to choose. A Chinese restaurant, fantastic forecast for the future. I'm excited. Well, I will fully support you. The negotiator. Yes. Information flows thanks to AI will become more and more transparent, and when there is less asymmetry of information, the negotiation points have to be informed. Now, we conducted a survey today, 19,000 internet users, 56% of men, 44% of women, aged 35-50 years old, mostly IT people, but not only. The question was simple. In what professions can AI replace humans? In all areas, 20%, technical specialties, 21%, humanities, 9%. AI will not be able to replace humans in all professions, 50%. So why do you think we have such a distribution of answers? And Russia is a country of techno-optimists. Ludits responded like that because people will have only manual work to do. Those 50% of the people who think that AI will not replace them, these are leaders who will use access to break the servers down. I would like to say that these were IT specialists. Yes, and 35-50-year-old, that's the peak performance, right? Well, I do respect that. You have to recognize it. When IT people say that AI will be weak in humanities, they understand the vulnerabilities and the range of capabilities that AI can deliver. Or maybe I was wrong to interpret the survey results. Well, it is true. It's not like IT specialists, it's people working in IT industry. Because if you work with an IT person, you like AI more than the people who actually work with it when develop it. So, this survey really reflects the trends. I don't really like trend analysis. I always say, don't trendize, But this is a good result. And that's a very interesting group. 35-50-year-old group are less anxious than 25-30-year-old. They're not that anxious about their future. Oh, they are just very good at hiding that anxiousness, especially when you go to the midlife crisis, So I wouldn't really go there. I think that's an interesting result. We need to reflect on that, but it's very optimistic. Another top professions from our previous talks, we had 9 surveys, and the most in-demand professions of the future related to AI development: oceanology, cyber, water, underwater work, the developer of personal implants, gerontologist, architect, and spaceship operator. What future are you talking about? The nearest future, So it's like what today, But wait, why do you need the drone operators, for example? They're operating themselves. They know how to operate themselves. Well, when people say gerontologists, that's choosing this profession is very important because you care for the value of other people. As a person says, ocean science or ice scientists, and these are interesting professions, really. Oceans, that's something beyond the human understanding. We don't know a lot about it. Gerontologist is about the people who care about elderly. In Moscow, we have a special dedicated program for that. So there's this human part in these jobs, and someone that we lack today. And this is where AI is taking some load. Is this what social workers? Yeah, social workers. That's a unique job. In conclusion, Franz, I understand there's not a lot of time, but just a small question. Denis, you remembered about your daughter. You spent a lot of time with her, given your tight schedule, and you helped her to choose a job. So you nudged her towards the job. I don't know whether nudging is a good word, but anyway, how do you direct your children? What do you say to them? Like, what is the best job for them? And talking about elderly people, we understand that the world is changing very rapidly. Long life learning, and having this new silver age economy, it changes the attitude, and also supported by biotechnologies and other new technologies. The seniors, what do they do, and how do you nudge the young people to choose a profession? We're not going to nudge the seniors, but what about those who want to find something new? Some very simple pieces of advice. Fitness as a business was started at the start of the 20th century because people who worked 6 days a week didn't even think about lifting weights. But now I give AI to write text, although I think I'm a pretty good writer. But because I'm not afraid to become dumb. Because I run every day, 10 kilometers a day, sometimes 25, and the same, I play with intellectual games. So we need to do sports all the time, and we need to multiply numbers and to read paperback books. Everything else will be done by machines. So our physical body and intellectual body has to be in tonus, and for that you need to do exercises, physical ones and intellectual ones. I thought, okay, when Denis Terekov will mention running, you waited until the last moment, but I do support you, support all the ideas. Well, I am someone who was traumatized by the word professional orientation, I had a dissertation once I had to review. It was called orienting kids in a nursery school to work in mining. I think no artificial.
Сегодня я травмирован этим с утра, потому что обсуждался вопрос, как вести профсамоопределение в ЕГЭ и выдавать такое клеймо, на что ты способен. Я сказал, что более страшного сна никто не может придумать. А ответ следующий. Был такой замечательный, есть писатель-фантаст Нил Гейман.
И есть, кстати, да.
И есть, да. И когда-то наши китайские друзья, про китайцев вы говорили сегодня не раз, люди мудрые, попросили узнать, к чему готовились менеджеры ведущих мировых компаний. Microsoft, IBM и многие другие. Он опросил этих менеджеров, что они читали в 14-15 лет. И получил ответ, что лучшие менеджеры прежде всего читали того же Азимова, того же Брэдбери. Мы читали Стругацких, поэтому хотите, чтобы дети были готовы.
So if you want your children to be prepared for the future, the sci-fi books and fairy tales are the books to select because Those who know the formula of fairy tales, like going somewhere for some reason and finding something you don't know about, and those who have more linear thinking, they will orient children in the nursery schools to work in the mines. Yeah. Yes, and then they will read a fairy tale and their life will never be the same again. I'm sorry, I have a new book right now. The Gittel guy. You know, I've been working in education for so many years. I like to give recommendations. If you want to understand about AI, about the professions of the future, read and reread once again the absolutely genius tale called Profession of Isaac Asimov. This is the best story that shows whatever happens, we have the unpredictability code. And this is why choosing a job is our personal choice. And as Anna said, it's the choice of the areas of activity where we can unlock our potential. So we do not only make a choice, but our choice makes us. And we have mentioned this story, by the way, and it's great that we mentioned it again. Anna? Well, sci-fi, fantastic topic. I know that China, you know that what China made. China translated all our sci-fi books, implemented them in schools, and they created their own school of sci-fi. That's absolutely crazy what they've done, you know, because we are focusing on some technical things, and China develops a school of science fiction. And, you know, when you talk with teenagers and adults, you know, and with kids, I really cringe at the word professional orientation. You know, I think that feeling the context is something that you need to work on. You know, this is what is our difference between AI and us. It's what Steve Wozniak was saying. AI will compete with us when it will be able to come to your house, to pour coffee in the cups, and to give it to the guests. So it has to be able to understand all the context around. And I wish people to develop that contextual feeling, understanding the context. And I wish you to develop the faith in the future. You have to believe that you'll be able to change the world, and this is what I wish to the teenager. You remember the January diary? Like, what are the smells of the professions? You know, like it smells bread in the bakery, and you know these things. So we had the kind of we asked a neural network to make a provocative remake about the verse of the professions of the future. I will read it out. Don't judge me strictly. I'm not a professional poetry reader, just an experiment. There are countless professions in the world to come. AI engineers are innumerable. Okay. To bring benefit and joy to everyone, they create neural networks and generate them. The forest is being monitored by environmental inspectors. They save animals because everyone needs a home. In the green spaces, the guardians of nature, peace will be preserved under the heavenly wind. The climate designers make forecasts, and they set the vectors of winds. Rain and thunderstorms do not tire us, and everyone on the planet lives happily. Cyber defenders, oh my god, have become guardians. The codes of scammers were sold completely. The pillars of safe networks have been strengthened by them, and they protect the world from villains again. Study AI and take care of nature, and be needed like a star in the firmament nature. Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, as a poet, as a former poet, I mean, I just can't listen to that. It just breaks my heart. Well, the poet is always a poet. But you see, AI can, you know, produce something of some poetry. It's a little bit worse than you produced. Just kidding, obviously, Dennis. Great talent here. Anyway, thank you. So thank you all for for the tone of the discussion, with constructive insights, with no pronounced optimism or pessimism. I think that we will continue to grow. And Dennis has mentioned this threat of, have been stalled in our development, and we'll start to find new jobs. Thank you very much for being with us today, friends.